Chairman of the Hartford Board of Education, I hereby call to order the May 21st, 2019 regular meeting. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present and to our television viewers. The board, superintendent, and I are pleased that you have joined us as we celebrate achievement, review information, and make policy decisions related to the effective operation of Hartford Public Schools. This is a regular meeting, and all items that will be discussed or voted on this evening have been posted as required by state law. As the Hartford Board of Education, we are here to set goals, listen to reports of the superintendent, approve budgets, contracts, and personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. We are not here to make management decisions or to solve the problems of individuals. Management is the responsibility of the superintendent. The monthly meetings of the board are open to the public. They are the time when the board conducts its business of governing the school system in a public area. The regular meetings are not meetings with the public. Therefore, comments from the audience will be confined to the time designated for the public to address the board. Decorum and courtesy are important elements in effective public meetings. Please silence your cell phones or communication devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that proceedings be accurately recorded, I may have to ask for order periodically should noise begin to interfere with our recording capabilities. I am pleased that you have taken the time this evening to join us. We are very proud of the school system and thank you for your interest in the Hartford Public Schools. And now I will read the statement in Spanish. Buenas noches. Como presidente de la Junta de Educación de Hartford, he llamado a orden esta reunión ordinaria de la Junta del 21 de mayo de 2019. Damos una cálida bienvenida a todas las personas presentes y a nuestros televidentes. La Junta y la Superintendente se complacen que se han unido a nosotros para celebrar logros, revisar información y tomar decisiones relacionadas con el funcionamiento efectivo de las escuelas públicas de Hartford. Esta es una reunión ordinaria y todos los asuntos que serán discutidos o votados en esta tarde han sido notificados como lo requiere la ley estatal. Como Junta de Educación de Hartford, estamos aquí para establecer metas, escuchar los informes de la Superintendente, aprobar los presupuestos, contratos y nombramientos de personal y establecer normas para el distrito. No estamos aquí para tomar decisiones administrativas o resolver problemas individuales. La administración es la responsabilidad de la Superintendente. Las reuniones mensuales de la Junta están abiertas al público. Son el momento en que la Junta lleva a cabo su tarea de gobernar el sistema escolar en un espacio público. Las reuniones regulares no son reuniones con el público. Por lo tanto, los comentarios de la audiencia se limitarán al tiempo designado para el público dirigirse a la Junta. El decoro y la cortesía son elementos importantes en reuniones públicas eficaces. Por favor, silencie sus teléfonos celulares o dispositivos de comunicación y absténganse de hablar mientras otros están hablando. Ya que es mandato legal de que los procedimientos sean grabados con precisión, es posible que tengamos que pedir orden periódicamente si el ruido interfiere con nuestras capacidades de grabación. Nos complace que se haya tomado el tiempo esta tarde para unirse a nosotros. Estamos muy orgullosos de este sistema escolar y les damos gracias por su interés en las escuelas públicas de Hartford. Si alguna persona necesita traducción al español, tenemos una persona disponible, Shalimar. Pueden levantar su mano, ella está allá y la pueden ver a ella. Okay.
We as a board, in collaboration with the superintendent and district leadership, are committed to cultivating a culture of excellence at all levels of HPS. We thank you for taking the time to attend tonight's board meeting. We appreciate you coming out to learn more about Hartford Public Schools and for sharing your thoughts and concerns. We have established a protocol to track and respond to concerns raised. We want you to know we take your concerns seriously, and to that end, we will have staff available for your immediate follow-up if follow-up is required. After you finish speaking, staff member will come up to you, ready to take your information down. They will follow up with an update within 48 hours. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes to speak, and at the 2-minute mark, Ms. Santiago will ring the bell letting you know you have 1 minute left. At the second bell, please wrap up your comments. Now, Mr. Flores, Chairman Flores, will read this in Spanish.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Nosotros, la Junta de Educación, en colaboración con la Superintendente y personal del distrito, estamos comprometidos a cultivar una cultura de excelencia en todos los niveles de las escuelas públicas de Hartford. Les agradecemos se haya tomado el tiempo para asistir a la reunión de la Junta esta noche. Les agradecemos su participación y su deseo de aprender más sobre las escuelas públicas de Hartford, y también por compartir sus pensamientos y preocupaciones. Nosotros tomamos sus preocupaciones muy seriamente y hemos establecido un protocolo para el seguimiento y respuesta a inquietudes planteadas. Tenemos personal disponible para seguimiento inmediato para los casos que lo requieren. Una vez que usted haya terminado de hablar, un miembro del personal estará disponible para tomar su información. Esa persona investigará su caso y se comunicará con usted dentro de 48 horas. Les recordamos que tienen 3 minutos para hablar. Cuando hayan pasado 2 minutos, la señorita Santiago sonará el timbre, dejándole saber que le queda 1 minuto. Al segundo sonido, por favor, termine sus comentarios. Ms. Clark.
And when. My name is Ann Nguyen. My last name is spelled Nguyen. I am both a parent and a teacher in Hartford. I have worked for Hartford for 18 of my 32 years, and I was hired by Karen Finder, the founder of Sport and Medical Sciences Academy. Karen was a visionary and hired me specifically to teach the NIFTE program. NFTE stands for Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship. She did her research and she knew what power entrepreneurship could bring her students, and she also saw the fire in me to bring that program to life and benefit the students, parents, and staff at SSA, which is now SMSA. Over the course of my career in Hartford, I did get bumped around to Buckley and Hartford High, but found my way back to SMSA and continued what became the passion of my career, entrepreneurship. It became a requirement for graduation at SMSA, and every junior in the school is required to take and pass the course, and they do. Every ESL and special education student included. Not a single test or quiz is ever given by me in this course, but my students greet me at the door every day with a handshake and eye contact. And as they develop their self-chosen businesses over time, they are upfront presenting once a week, and their final exam for the course is presenting their complete business plan, dressed in their business best under timed conditions, to a panel of business professionals from the local community. And then the most frightening part, 4 minutes of questions from the business people. My students can present with the poise of an adult and take Q&A with ease. This is authentic assessment. I believe entrepreneurship levels the playing field. Entrepreneurship is every bit as important as going to college and learning a trade. Every high school student needs to know this. The right entrepreneurial mindset will lead them to success whether they become self-employed or not. Our SMSA graduates are rocking the world. And I've also begun in recent years to see just how successful they are out there. Yes, they go on to college, vocational training, and the military. But thanks to social media, I'm beginning to realize the seed I was fortunate to plant within them, and many are making jobs for themselves and others. Carlos owns an iCloud business that services many bilingual clients in Connecticut, New York, Florida, and Texas. Olivia is making it as a pop artist and has sold her works to the likes of 50 Cent, Spike Lee, Rick Ross, among others. Danae is a personal trainer and has a new family clothing line. Alex, a commercial cleaning business. Rafi, a social media marketing firm. There are landscapers, garage door installers, auto repair shops, custom food and bakeries, furniture restorers, graphic artists, plumbers, financial planning firms, dadwithahammer.com, and even some nonprofits in there, and I could go on and on. Well over 1,000 students have graduated from my Nifty program, and it put small little SMSA on the national map.
I'm next. I'm going to finish for her. Since 2004, nearly 200 Hartford students have competed in the Nifty's business plan competitions beyond Hartford. Seated beside me tonight is Melissa Yenny. She was one of my first winners in the Nifty competition and currently a teacher in Hartford. I am fortunate to have had her in my class. We compete at the New England level every spring and have made it to nationals 5 times, won global awards 7 times, and even made it to the Obama White House twice. Once with a partnership of young women who won 2nd place in the nation out of 28,000 students that year, and again for a STEM business in the White House Science Fair. In addition, our students have earned college scholarships, seed monies for their businesses, and have networked with business professionals that lead to letters of recommendation, college acceptances, and internships. The Nifty program has given our Hartford students so many opportunities beyond the classroom, real-life skills and experiences that could not have been taught. They can only be practiced and experienced. There is no other class in the Hartford Public Schools that teaches and reinforces these invaluable skills on a daily basis. All Hartford students should have access to this program, and don't get me started on attendance. This program gives many of my students a reason to come to school. June 10th is my son's graduation from SMSA. June 11th, I will be honored as one of the 2 finalists for Nifty Master Teacher of the Year in Boston, and June 12th will be my last day of work for Hartford Public Schools, because you see, Hartford has eliminated this position. Instead of replicating what works, Hartford has decided to eliminate. Yes, I lose my job of 18 years in Hartford, the best job I have ever had in my career, but who loses the most? The Hartford students. So I can attest to this. I took Ms. Wynn's class 2004, 2005, my senior year at Hartford Public High School, and it was one of the most memorable practical courses that I had ever taken throughout my K through 12 education, even through my college education. I remember we went to New York. We somehow got funding and money to get a wholesale license. We went to the wholesale district. We actually got to start our businesses. We actually got to go present our businesses. So Ms. Wynn plays a part in my ability to even come up here today and speak to you, because I had to come up in front of a panel and speak to business owners and things of that sort. And it saddens me that we're taking away from our kids. I see it every day working in the schools that we continue to take away from our kids. Please find ways to bring programs in our schools that support kids in ways besides just ELA and math. We're doing all these things in our schools to try and increase ELA scores and math scores, but we're forgetting about the students who still are unable to read and need practical things that they can use once they leave our schools and once they leave our buildings. So please, figure out ways. Get into schools, find out what works, support programs like this, and thank you.
Christina Divigard.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak to you today. You heard from Anne and a student. Now you get to hear from a volunteer in her class. My name is Christina Divigard. It's D-I-V-I-G-A-R-D. I believe every kid deserves an opportunity to succeed academically and in life after school, no matter what their socioeconomic status is. I know it's possible because I was one of those kids who didn't have a lot. I grew up in affordable housing. My mom was a single parent. I got free lunch at school. Money was tight. I became a serial entrepreneur, though, at the age of 6, selling flowers at the end of the street. I didn't learn until much later they were weeds. Much later, well, at the ripe old age of 10, I went to the superintendent in my apartment building that were filthy, and I said, I will vacuum the hallways $1 a piece. He took me up on his offer. As a teenager and as a preteen, I delivered the Hartford Current. I took part in Junior Achievement, where with a few other teenagers, I ran my first successful and profitable business. I later worked my way through college and retail jobs, and I worked in corporate jobs in Hartford for the next 20 years. Then I had the opportunity to move to London and New York City, and I finally came back to the area a few years ago. Today I run a multi-million-dollar marketing consulting firm. Me, a kid who grew up with little money, less than stellar report cards, and a big dream. For the past 5 years, I've taken everything I've learned in my career and in my life, and I've put it to work as a volunteer in Ann Wynn's entrepreneurship class. I was a mentor, a coach, and a judge of 11th graders' business plans that you have to see them. They are not too far off from what you would see on television on Shark Tank. You'd know what I mean if you sat in on one of the sessions, and I'm sad that you haven't. You know, you'd witness the hope and the promise and the spirit of a new generation unlike ever before. It kills me to know this immensely successful program has been eliminated. For a lot of kids I've met along the way, this program, driven by a single teacher and a single class, can make the difference between a life of poverty and a life of promise. I've been involved in education in one way or another for decades. In the 80s, I served on an advisory panel to State Education Commissioner Dr. Tarazi. In the 90s, I worked with Superintendent of Schools here in Hartford, Dr. Josiah Haig, on a strategic plan. I'm no stranger to this table. I left the area for a few years. When I came back and set foot in Ann Wynn's entrepreneurship classroom, I had the feeling finally Hartford had got it. It was on the right track. It was 25 years later, but my God, I was so pleased at what I saw. And now I feel that Hartford Public Schools is doing an about-face, going back in time. I implore you, with everything I've got, please continue this program and expand it if you can, and I promise I'll be with you there every step of the way. Thank you.
Hi, Yening.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. Hope you're all doing well this evening. Well, as usual, I'm here to talk about concerns that I have. And, you know, I have to say ditto to those two ladies that just spoke a while ago. Because yes, indeed, instead of moving forward, we're moving backward. You know, something came to my attention just recently. Classical Magnet, a school that was on the top of the map of a good school in the city of Hartford, I think now is at the bottom because suburban parents is no longer want to send their kids into a program like that. All right? Then what was most disturbing is that I heard there won't be any librarian in the class, in the school for next year. So you tell me, how can we say we have a school without a functioning library? I don't get that. And so we're hoping not to expect much people from the suburbs anymore. That's what I would assume. Because if I live in the suburbs, I would not want to take my kids out and put it in Hartford without a school, without a library. I need for your superintendent to look at these things. People are going to remember you for those bad stuff that happened in these schools. I want you to look and see what's happening. If you take the time and go into all these buildings 2-3 a week, you will see what's happening into our buildings. It's sad. It is. All right? So there's no way you can say, you know, I'm doing everything I can. Because when I see what's happening, that's not doing everything we can. All right? And that's very concerning to me. At the end of the day, who is getting the end of the stick here? It's our children. All right? We need to do better, and we can do better. All right? We can do better. And we must do better if we're going to continue to raise the value of our teachers, our children, our parents, and staff in general. I need for you, superintendent, to support your principals, your teachers, so they can be happy doing their jobs. All right? It's really important you do that for me. All right? Because without your support, they're just floating out there like, I'm just doing what I need to do to get by. All right? They need your support. The other thing I want to support, this young lady, Amaris, she's going to be appointed to Parkville. She's one of my kids from Hartford High. I'm very proud of her. She worked hard. She needs your support. Okay? Don't just throw her out there and let her swim. She needs support. You can do that. Then there will be somebody saying, yeah, my superintendent support me. And that's what I need to hear from my staff, my principals. I need to hear that from them. But I'm not hearing it. Okay? So if you can do that for me, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Kevin Lovejoy.
Good evening, board members. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. It's actually Kelvin, Kelvin. I just want to take a few moments of time. I'm here because I'm very interested and very concerned, I guess, regarding the opportunity for the Summer Bridge program that is coming up, especially for students that will be attending the new Weaver High School. I've been at this table before and spoken regarding the Weaver recommendations, and I'd just like to bring something to the table in terms of those recommendations as it pertains to what is called Summer Bridge. And as we understand it, there were some particular recommendations. Recommendation number 4, provide Summer Bridge and additional summer educational programs for Weaver students, as well as continuing education programs for the community. And under that, the rationale was that 1, summer opportunities, including academic enrichment and remediation service learning programs and others would be provided. That's a great thing. As well as seeking to have this partnership between the community and the Hartford Public Schools, another great idea. Also, the fact that having students in summer programs help to address some of the issues that we encounter during the school year as well, especially when we talk about issues of absenteeism and behavior in school. So the thing that concerns me the most is that we have an integrated summer program whereby the school and the community partners are working together to integrate this model and give the students a full range program. Many a times in my history and being a part of after school programming for the last 25 years, we've seen models where it's the school in the morning and then the community in the afternoon. And I think what we're looking for is an integrated model that allows us to see the academics in terms of raising the IQ of our students, and the afternoon enrichment, raising the EQ of our students in some form of integrated model. So I just want to put that on the table, and I pray that as we go back to the table, and summer is fastly approaching, that we can take these into consideration and that we can work together to make sure that we have a fully integrated model for our students going into Summer Bridge. Thank you very much.
Vicki Gallen Clark.
Good evening. I thank the board and the Hartford Public Schools for being transparent with the key findings that they've shared at public meetings and also in the document tonight. And I'm referencing the one particular one about Hartford Public Schools students who are not Hartford residents are significantly more likely to enroll and persist in post-secondary education than Hartford residents. And so with that key finding, I'm encouraging, there's a phrase that says all hands on deck, that we all need to be part of the solution to turning that around. And one of the things I'm encouraging you to do is to look at not only the Summer Bridge program, which I know is in progress, but look and see what kind of mechanism is in place throughout the school year. And that things like extended school hours, that it starts right when school begins and not wait until months later, but we look at some kind of ongoing support to turn these statistics around. Our children deserve better, and I believe that everyone here would actually say that that is really correct. So I'm going to give the rest of my time to Jason Parkinson because he has much more to say at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Vicky. So I'm glad to get some extra time. I have a handful of things I want to just run through. I hope I'm not talking too fast because the clock's ticking. So first, MLK, Weaver #1. Do we have our MLK steering committee? We don't have an MLK steering committee similar to what we have at Weaver High School, where we have a neighborhood school and a magnet school merging together, two different families blending, find a way to have a way to get our. I think we need to establish one because I know it's put me some questions regarding the construction, the timeline, the cost. Is it on time? Will it be opening? What do the parents from both of the schools think about what they need? What is the Upper Albany and Blue Hills neighborhood think about what they can contribute as community partners? If we don't have one, I strongly suggest that we have an MLK steering committee to make sure things are pushed the way we are, so we can have great things like the Weaver recommendations that's been flushed out and people have their eyes on. So if we don't have one, I suggest that we encourage you all and individuals who have the capacity to do so to make that a possibility and make that some sort of a framework that we apply, especially when we're blending two different school families together. We want to make sure that the parents are involved, the students have a voice of what their school should look like, and see how we can adopt and utilize resources, especially when we merge in those programs. The Summer Bridge program that Brother Kelvin Lovejoy and Ms. Vicky spoke about, to my knowledge, and I know you all will correct me if I'm wrong about the numbers, I believe there's going to be like 1,400 freshmen coming into the high school class, and I believe half of that falls under the early warning indicators, which I think may be perfect for the Summer Bridge program. However, the 3 nonprofit entities that are going to be helping support that looks like they're going to be supporting 270. So I wonder what's going to happen with the remainder kids, whether or not we have resources and capacity to help facilitate the rest of those 700 students, the total 700 students for that summer program. And those 3 community-based entities are the Blue Hills Civic Association, CLP, and OPP, and then we focus on Weaver High School, Buckley, and Hartford High. So if we don't have the resources, I think the parents should know that we have to figure out another option for them to make sure we can get their kids to the next level for incoming freshmen. So I just want to make sure, how are we going to measure success for that Summer Bridge program? How do we make sure we continue this going forward to make sure the upcoming freshmen for each year have the tools they need to be successful going forward with whichever high school they choose? And with regards to Weaver, I'm getting a lot of information, a lot of requests about a Weaver tour, the second Weaver tour. There's a lot of alumni online that are not in the state that have questions about the building. Will there be a new tour anytime soon? If so, how does that coordinate it? Because the last time there was some issue about coordinations, having a tour during the middle of the day, it impacted some community leaders, impacted parents, and some other individuals who didn't have the opportunity, even some council people who didn't know there was a tour being scheduled, and they would like to know if there's going to be a second tour. So how do we get that done and get that done the right way? Also, I have a question about, I think somebody can talk to me this offline, but the number of AP courses that will be available at Weaver High School. Currently, I think Buckley has the most AP courses available. What are we doing to make sure we have enough comparable AP courses at Weaver High School, and that we also have enough trained teachers who are qualified to teach AP courses to make sure we can give our children the best opportunity when we have those individuals who want to pick and choose where they want to go. So hopefully we have the opportunity to make sure that curriculum is up and running in the best way, form, and fashion. 89.9. We're going to have a state-of-the-art school at Weaver High School, but I would love the fact I can just click on an app on my phone and be able to listen to one of my favorite stations. Where are we? It feels like the radio station has new updated equipment, but they're still back in the Stone Age. You know, again, the Weaver community is probably 2,000 large, and they always keep asking, you know, I live in California, I live in Alabama, I would love to be able to tune in and listen to individuals on the radio and get a sense of what it's like to be home. What are we doing with funding? Because I know it's 89.9 is funded by the Hartford Public Schools. Are we putting any more money towards the program? Will we have those ability to make sure we can have a program within the school where the students can create the app and do some programming themselves to make sure they can facilitate that program going forward? What are we doing? Are we thinking outside the box, or are we just checking the boxes of what you all think we need for that school? We need to update 89.9 and make sure that it's a universal-based program. There's a lot of influence, and that whoever we hire to run that program from the school, they have the ability to understand online marketing, app creations, and how to be able to facilitate those things going forward. Not someone who can teach how to use the board, but things who are visual media and written media is still huge in this day and age. And I think from that JMA component, that's something we need to foster. So if it's not on your radar, it should be on your radar going forward. Again, well, I got 9 seconds, I'm sorry. So again, just two quick things. The Doc Hurley celebration is coming up. It's from Friday, May 31st to June 2nd. Hopefully, we'll be able to see it. If you all are not familiar with Doc Hurley, I think that's kind of bad. And I think individuals like Doc Hurley, who meant a lot to individuals across the city, I think individuals like that should be a part of the curriculum. How do they come up to the ranks and be a part of the system? I think we need to start teaching as a part of our historical components within all our schools, to start teaching our kids about local heroes that did great things. We had a lot of great firsts in the city, and it's a shame that we're not teaching our students about the greatness that we have. So again, I hope that you all have a lot of, I know I mentioned a lot of things, MLK Steering Committee, Summer Bridge Program, how do we measure success, how do we make sure that all of those 700 students information they need, the Weaver Tour, 89.9, AP classes. We need to start being more forward thinking. So thank you for your time.
Naya Rivera.
Hello, I'm Naya Rivera, and I'm a student at New Visions. And I'm here to tell a little bit about my story, how I got to New Visions. For most people, they don't know that it is an expelled program for students that are not bad, but students that make mistakes and that are defined by the mistakes they make. So I was in Hartford High my freshman year, and my freshman year I had great support. All the teachers supported me, they helped me through everything, and they pushed me to do better. I was straight A's, and I was a straight A student, and I had B's. I also got into a program for CONCAP, and it was great. You know, I had a great time in Hartford High. Came my sophomore year, I had trauma. I had lost my second father, my father's best friend, and I was expecting support from the school, but I wasn't getting support, you know. I asked for it. They were basically pushing me away. Then I had teachers that pushed me down more, that told me that they're just there for a paycheck. They don't care about the students. And that's what made me not want to go to class. And I messed up. I made a mistake. I started being in the hallways more because I felt like I wasn't cared enough. Like nobody cared about me. You know, I was having problems at home. I had lost somebody. Then came my junior year. I had lost my grandfather. And it was a real hard time for me, and I expected support from the teachers who said they supported us the most, and they weren't there at all. The day I found out, I was in school, I was in class, I was leaving gym. I had a breakdown. The first thing they told me, oh, just go home. Like, it meant nothing. And that's what hurt me the most, because I thought they cared, but they didn't. And then I had a mistake. I had gotten into a fight the last day of school my junior year, and they suspended me 2 weeks before school started. And then they told me I could go back to school. I went back for 3 days and then got expelled. I was part of the cheer team. I played volleyball. I also played softball. So it was very hard for me to leave Hartford High. It was very hard. But when I got to New Visions, I had a different support system. Like, everybody, the teachers, the principal, you know, our social worker, they were there. They understood that I was going through so much, and they were there. And that's not the support I got from Hartford High my sophomore, my junior year. My freshman teachers, they gave me so much support. They pushed me to be better. They were always there. But I feel like after that, it was like there was no support at all. And I feel like we need to do better on getting a better support system in the schools, because that's what's bringing these kids to be, they're not bad, but making these bad decisions. Because when you tell them they're bad, that makes them bad. They start to believe it. So I feel like we need to have teachers who care, not teachers who say they're there for a paycheck, because that's what makes kids want to be in the hallway, not want to go to class. You know, then when there's kids in the hallways, there's more kids in the hallways, and that creates conflict. And it makes it worse for everybody. But also at New Visions, I started programs like knitting, and I feel like every other school should have that opportunity to every Tuesday go to knitting class to take their mind off of stuff. That's what kept me busy. That's what kept me motivated. I started that program in New Visions, and then I expanded it to other schools. I started going to, I went to Burns, and I taught other students after school how to knit. I taught our superintendent how to knit, and it was great. She supported me. She told me I was great. And it's good to have the support, because if the students don't have the support, they're not going to be motivated to go anywhere. And that's what brought me down in Hartford High. Yeah, I had some support from my freshman teachers, but I didn't have it from everybody. And that's what brought me down. When I needed it the most, I didn't have it. So I feel like we need more support systems in the school. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Millie, and I'm the director of the Hartford Parent University, and I just want to thank Naya for being here today to share her story. She's on her way to go to college, and through all her adversities, and you know, she's inspired so many people at New Vision and beyond. And her story is a story that I feel that needs to be documented so that other kids can be motivated as well, so that they won't think that it's the end of the road for them at a certain point in their life. It's great to see that there is people out there that really do care to see Naya get to the next step. And that's what this work is all about. It's for all of us to work together so that these students can get to the next step. And, you know, at times we always look at it as a whole, like, you know, we want all kids to go to college. But for Naya, it was, how do I get to the next step? And I think if maybe we think like that, we'll get a lot further in this process as we all work together. What is the next step? And I want to thank the superintendent for coming to the school and spending time with the kids at New Vision. And you are an inspiration to Naya, superintendent. And I know that there was Parkville parents that were supposed to be here tonight, and there probably is some in the audience, but on their behalf, I want to also bring here that they are in full support of Miss J. They call her Miss J. I know her name is Omaris, but they call her Miss J. And they really, really are supporting the work at Parkville. And they want to be, they want to see everyone supported because they're seeing many, many changes that are going to be for the betterment of the children. And that's ultimately what we want. We want to see the children succeed. Thank you so much.
Apollinaire Rosario.
¿Me puede escuchar ahí? Sí. Ok, good. Lo voy a hacer en español para que sea más claro. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Apolinar Rosario y soy residente de Hartford.
Hi, my name is Apolinar Rosario, and I'm a resident of Hartford
Por más de 20 años.
for more than 20 years.
Yo pago taxes si empiezo, ejemplo, mi voto en la ciudad.
I pay taxes and I vote in the city.
También soy estudiante de la escuela de adultos en Washington Street.
I'm also a student at the adult education program on Washington Street.
Okay, soy el chairman y representante de los estudiantes de este centro educacional.
I'm the chair and I represent the voice of the students at the Adult Education Center.
Primeramente quiero hablar de cómo el sistema escolar de Hartford toma decisiones sin incluirnos.
Okay. First, I would like to speak about the school system in Hartford, which makes decisions without including those who are affected by their decisions.
A los más perjudicados por sus decisiones. Okay. Y cuando se les pide explicaciones, no las dan.
And when we ask for explanations, they do not give us any.
Ni proveen ninguna de clase de información.
And they don't provide information.
El estudiante de esta escuela está cansado de esta situación.
Students at the school are tired of this situation.
En el 2007 se nos dijo que la consolidación de las dos escuelas de adultos del norte y del sur respectivamente iban a ser en Washington.
In 2007, they told us that the consolidation of both schools, of both adult education programs from the north and the south, respectively, were going to end up in Washington, the Washington Street School, or close it.
Que nuestra casa permanente era Washington Street.
Our permanent location is on Washington Street, where they want it to be.
Desde eso hemos tenido que luchar con diferentes superintendentes para que nos dejen nuestra escuela donde está.
Since then, we have had to struggle with different superintendents in order to maintain our school where it is, on Washington Street.
Esta localidad es la que mejor trabaja para nosotros, nuestros estudiantes.
This localization, or this site on Washington Street is the one that is best suitable for our students.
Por la transportación,
because of transportation,
la seguridad,
security issues,
otras comunidades necesarias
and other commodities or comfort necessary.
solo las tendríamos aquí. Que solo
Oh, and other things that we can only obtain here at the Washington Street School.
nosotros los estudiantes de Adult Ed no queremos mudar, no nos queremos
The
mudar.
students that are now at the adult education program on Washington Street, we do not want to move.
Ni para Global o para ninguna otra escuela.
We don't want to be moved to Global or to any other school.
Queremos, nos queramos donde trabajan para nosotros.
We want to stay where it works out for us.
Aquí en este paquete está la prueba de lo que los estudiantes y otros miembros de la comunidad piensan acerca del cambio.
In this packet that I'm holding in my hand is proof of what all the students and other members of the community want, proof of what they think about the changes that are being made.
Tenemos unas peticiones firmadas por más de 200 estudiantes.
We have a petition signed by more than 200 students and more than 800
y más de 800 estudiantes, miembros de la comunidad.
and more than 800 members of the community.
Para un total de 1,300 firmas.
For a total of 1,300 signatures.
De acuerdo para que el Centro de Educación para Adultos permanezca en la Washington Street.
These signatures are for keeping the Adult Education Center permanently on Washington Street and not moving it.
Otros miembros de la comunidad que apoyan a nuestra causa.
Other members of the community who also support us, our cause.
Son el concejal Deutsch,
the councilman Larry Deutsch, Sanchez,
Bermúdez,
and Luis Bermúdez,
y el representante Edwin Vargas, entre otros.
and Edwin Vargas, among others.
Nosotros le pedimos a los miembros de esta junta directiva
We ask you, the members of the Board of Education,
que tomen en consideración nuestra petición,
to consider our petition,
debido que al final de cuentas nosotros somos los que vamos a la escuela.
because finally we are the ones who are attending the school.
Okay?
Thank you.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Lorraine Williams.
Yes, good evening everyone. My name is Lorraine Williams, Loraine. My name is Lorraine Williams and I attend Hartford resident. I'm a Hartford resident. I'm also the adult education program at 110 Washington Street. I'm speaking for myself and also overall feeling of student. We don't want our school to be moved to a new location. We feel safe at 110 Washington Street than the location proposed at Global Communication Academic. Our school provides night classes who can't attend during the day, and proposed location is not a safe place at night. Also, our school is a central location for all Hartford neighborhoods. It is convenient location for the majority of our students. We have a reliable transportation for day and night students. For last and not least, we are located in an adult environment. Adults should be adults and children be children. We don't want to be an elementary school environment. Whosoever made the decision for us to relocate our school did not take us, adult students, into account. We deserve to be treated like adults and include in the decision process because we will be one impacted by the changes. Most of us will not attend at AD in the new location. So I'm at Chatham Street and Blue Hills, and I find it more convenient for me to get to Washington Street than where it is during the night or during the day. So what is the changes for us?
We do not interact with the speakers. Someone will be able to speak to you after you finish speaking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Franklin March.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Franklin March, F-R-N-K-L-I-N, not L-Y-N. I attend the Center of Urban Education and Training, where I graduated with a certificate in electrical, plumbing, and OSHA certificate. And I also attend the program at 110 Washington Street at present. I'm very thankful for the Hartford Public School for setting up this adult learning program. This institution has benefited many people, including myself, over the many years. For those who never had the opportunity in their early years and attend the School of Learning, critical in their future. The present location of the school is ideal. We would hate to see the school move. The new proposed location is not safe for students, teachers, for the night classes. All the transportation is not ideal with this location. The decision would adversely affect the program at Washington Street. Washington Street provides transportation from all angles, so it's easier and it's better for people to attend the school. It's also located in a peaceful adult community. Thank you.
Yesenia Martinez.
Hi, my name is Millie Guzman Young, and I'm going to read the testimony of Gisenia Martinez. She had surgery today and could not make it. Mi nombre es Gisenia Martinez. Soy residente de Hartford desde hace 10 años. My name is Gisenia Martinez. I've been a resident of Hartford for 10 years. Cuando llegué a este país, desde Puerto Rico, no sabía inglés. Así que comencé a tomar clases en la escuela de adultos en la Washington Street. When I arrived from Puerto Rico to this country, not this country, but to Connecticut, I didn't know English. Therefore, I started taking classes at the Adult Education Center on Washington Street. Tomar clases en esta escuela me ayudó a enfrentar y dominar la barrera del idioma que tenía. Taking classes at this school helped me confront and dominate the language barriers that I had. Yo quería trabajar y estudiar en la universidad y no podía si no sabía inglés. I wanted to work and study at the university, But without knowing English, I couldn't do this. La localización de la escuela fue estratégica para yo poder asistir y estudiar. The site where the school is now was strategic for my decision to attend at Washington Street and study. Yo vivo en el norte de Hartford y la transportación me llevaba en una sola ruta directamente a Washington Street. I live in the north part of Hartford, and transportation would take me in one route directly to Washington Street. From there, de allí también la cogía para la guagua para regresar a mi casa. From there, I also took the bus to return back home. El hecho de que las guaguas pasan bien seguido no tenían el peligro de estar hasta muy tarde en la noche esperando por el bus. The fact that the bus would come by frequently, I didn't have to worry about the dangers of taking the bus late and having to wait for the bus at night. También es una área bien transitada para personas y autos, dando seguridad a los que caminan a esa hora de la noche. The location of the school is also good for the amount of people that are in the area, and also for cars that are, I'm sorry, this is my first time translating, so por personas y autos dando seguridad a los que caminan. It's just safer for people and cars that are in the area at that time of night. La razón por la que estoy aquí negándome a que muevan la escuela es porque es un lugar concurrido y aunque sea difícil de creer, el índice criminal es cero en esta área por quedar entre las tribunales de justicia y una estación de State Trooper. The reason why I'm against the moving of the school is because this area is an area where a lot of people frequent and they pass by here, and even though it's hard to believe, the crime index is 0 in this area. And she believes it's because the station of the State Trooper is nearby. También el bus y la fast track pasa bien seguido, and the bus passes by in different buses pass by frequently, and you can access it at any time. Y se puede, proveyendo acceso seguido a cualquier hora. Otra cosa es que adultos no deben estar en el mismo ambiente que los niños. Another thing is that adults shouldn't be in the same environment as the children. Si yo cuando visito la escuela de mi hijo paso muchísimo trabajo para entrar, entonces piensan cancelar las clases del día. The other thing is that when I visit my child's school, it's difficult to enter if they're during the day. Hang on a second. Si yo visito la escuela de mi hijo, paso muchísimo trabajo para entrar. Entonces, if it's difficult for me to enter the school, do they plan on canceling classes during the day? Is what she's asking. Otra cosa es que esa área no es tan concurrida, no es segura y la transportación es limitada. She's also concerned that the location that they're trying to move it to doesn't have a lot of people and it's not safe, and there is also no transportation. It's limited. And these are the reasons why Gisenia Martinez does not want the school to move from the Washington Street location to the north end. Thank you. And sorry for a couple of problems there translating.
Luz Luna. Buenas noches. Ajá. Okay.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Luz Luna. Vivo en la ciudad de Hartford y soy estudiante de la escuela de Washington, en la Washington Street.
Good evening. My name is Luz Luna. I live in Hartford, and I'm a student at the school on Washington Street for adult education.
Yo estudio inglés como segundo idioma. Llevo estudiando hace un año en esa escuela.
I study English as a second language, and I've been studying there for 1 year.
A mí como a otros tantos estudiantes nos perjudica el cambio de la escuela a otro lugar.
For me, it is going to changing the school is going to have a negative effect. It's going to have a negative effect if they move it to another location.
La localización de la escuela en la Washington fue decisiva para yo poder estudiar.
The location of the school on Washington Street was important for me to decide as a student to attend that school.
Es un sitio céntrico con mucha transportación.
It's a centralized location with lots of transportation.
El lugar es cerca y tiene lugares cerca de comer, ya que en la cafetería, en la escuela no hay cafetería.
The location on which it currently resides on Washington Street is close to places where it's easy for us to go and find a meal, since the school does not have a cafeteria.
También es un sitio bien seguro, incluyendo para las clases de la noche.
Also, the location, the site is very safe, especially for classes that are being held at night.
Las farmacias son convenientes para cualquier merienda o emergencia que se presente.
The pharmacies that are nearby are convenient for snacks or any emergency that shows up.
Es también seguro para los que van en bicicleta a la escuela.
That location on Washington Street is very safe for those who bike ride to the school.
Si mueven la escuela, yo sería una de las personas afectadas y probablemente no podría estudiar.
If they move the school to the other site, I would be one of the people affected by this and probably would not be able to continue taking classes.
Así que, por favor, tomen en consideración a los estudiantes que no podemos asistir a una escuela más lejos, que nos afectaría negativamente. No quiero dejar de estudiar y asimismo algunos otros me imagino que no podrían.
Please take into account the students and consider what they have to experience when you make the decisions which will affect them and others negatively. I do not want to leave the school, and I know that all the other students do not want to leave either.
También yo tengo la facilidad que para yo estudiar tengo que llevar a los niños. No tengo con quién dejarlo y allá tiene la facilidad de llevar a los niños.
She also wants to say and add something onto this, that she has children, and at the location where she's at now, they provide daycare for her to go study, and at the other place they're not.
Okay. Gracias.
Thank you.
Michael Downs.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to start by saying I support the appointment of Leonardo Watson and Paul Casey. I find them very fine gentlemen. And this Amaris Dermet Parkville, someone from Hartford that is always a good bet. So I support those three. The other one I support too. I don't not support it. I just don't know the person. I don't. But mainly this is a meeting for the adoption of a budget. I don't see anything pertaining to the word budget here, but I do see a an audit and finance committee report. It looks like could be a budget. But if we do adopt the budget tonight, I notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 voting members of the board out of the 9 members. Maybe that's okay by the city charter, but it's certainly not in the spirit of the city charter. There should be 9 members voting on a budget. But anyway, one thing Hartford has done that has been good, and I think they've done through the years, the past 20 years anyway, an excellent job, and is preparing students for college. And not all students, though, want to go to college, and they would prefer an education leading to a labor skill. And so I think that our budget should encourage, or should include, again, as I go over this, I see people talk about entrepreneurship, which college students and non-college students can get involved in. And we should not eliminate that from our high schools, but it shouldn't be just at one high school, it should be at every high school. And but we need vocational technical education, family consumer science, culinary. We need librarians. That we don't need to cut librarians, we need to add librarians. We need music, art, physical education, social work, special ed, among other things. We need to do better for our students. There's the need for machinists in this city, in this state. We're not preparing Hartford students for that. I need plumbers, heating and air conditioning, carpenters, machinists, and we're just not giving students a basis for that. We used to do it. We don't do it anymore because the state took the funding away. We've got to get it back. And it's just as simple as that. So the budget should include that. I don't know if it will or not, but we'll see. Thank you.
Cheryl Ewing.
So that person is not in the room. I believe that concludes public comment. I did not have, and we're moving into reports now, I did not have a statement prepared, but I feel moved to speak sort of in response to some of the comments that have been made today. I know that sometimes the public feels that we on the board are somehow detached from the general public, and the fact is that we are all people of Hartford. Most of us are parents of Hartford. I know Mr. Stallings and I both have children at HMTCA, and he also has one at Great Path. Ms. Browdy and Ms. Clark have children at this school, and Ms. Browdy has a daughter graduating from Hartford Public Schools this year. My son graduated from New Visions 2 years ago. He had been a Pathways Academy student, but due to not stellar behavior, he wound up at New Visions, and that's where he graduated. So your concerns are our concerns. And most of the things that are brought before this board are things that are on our minds and that we agree with. I really appreciate Mr. Downs, who comes every month and raises issues of great importance. But this being the date that we approve the budget, I want everyone to understand that the issue is budgetary. There's a lot of things that we want to do, but we do not get the funding to do it. We have had a flat funding for about 10 years, and we are scheduled to have flat funding for another 4. And in spite of that, this is the second year in a row that we are actually adding staff at the school levels. We have had, through our district model of excellence, which was approved 2 years ago, and consolidation of schools was part of that. Part of that came from the idea, from the desire to improve economic operational efficiency, the desire to be able to offer more robust programs in our middle schools, for example. But some of it also comes from budget constraints. We can only support so many buildings. Every month now our committees gather and we go over all the proposals that our senior staff brings to us, and the first thing that we ask two questions. Which priority in our model of excellence does this support? And the other is, where's the funding coming from? And most of the time, we have to be juggling, unless someone has come up with a grant that specifically funds this initiative, we have to be juggling things and deciding, well, we have to drop this thing in order to do this other one. So that is the situation that we as a board find ourselves in. And the way to address budget deficiencies, funding deficiencies, is not before this board, it is before our legislative body. So I encourage everyone to speak to their legislators. Go before legislative hearings when there are talks about the budgets, when there are talks about education, and speak to them about what you see as the needs in our schools. Now, the superintendent does that often. Many of us have gone there with her. We are all aware of the needs in our schools. The superintendent dedicates 1 day a week to visiting schools. And she gets to 3 or 4 schools the day that she does that. And in addition to that, she has meetings at the schools all the time. And I know because I have been with her to some of these meetings. And we hear what the teachers have to say, we hear what the students have to say. Because part of her visit involves sitting in the cafeteria and eating with the students and asking them what is going on in your school. So it's not that we're detached, it's that we are working within very serious constraints. So I encourage you to bring those issues to your legislators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we have the superintendent's report.
A shorter report, given that I'm going to have additional commentary when we actually take up the board, the budget vote. So I'll just offer a few updates. One is in regard to the summer resource fair that took place. We wanted to make sure that our families and our community members were able to learn about a variety of summer learning, recreational, nutritional, and even workforce opportunities available for our students ages 4 through 18. Several agencies joined us and advertised and distributed their materials regarding the opportunities that they offer, and specific focus was on our rising 9th grader program that we are going to have this summer. So just, for all the families that are here, be on the lookout for additional information and additional marketing that will happen in the weeks to come with regard to our summer programming, especially the one for our rising 9th graders, which is a program that is new to the city and that we're all committed to, so that we can make sure that our students are better prepared for their transition into our high schools. Want to just highlight the food and nutrition services and the department on their work that they're going to take on, the added work that they're going to take on this summer. They will be sponsoring the summer meal program in the city this summer. This is in addition to the program that they already have with the parks. These are, they already collaborate with the parks, the libraries, and community-based organizations. And so the summer meal program is going to be offered for children ages 18 and under at no cost. Again, we're trying to kind of gear for the summer experience that our students are going to have. So we want to just make sure that, you all get an opportunity to help us spread the word out there. And then shout out and highlight to the transportation department, who has been also at the center of all the planning conversations to make sure that the regionalized program that we're having this summer, again, Chairman Flores spoke about the need for us to be efficient with our limited resources, and one way to get there is by regionalizing the summer programs that we're going to have for our students. And that has required intentional and detailed planning and even flexibility from our transportation department. Kudos to the transportation department for being part of that work. And the last report that I'll have is actually one of gratitude. I want to thank both Andrea Johnson, the president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers, and Millie Arciniega, the executive director of Hartford Parent University, for meeting this week. We had a very honest conversation about our challenges and our opportunities. We were able to come to agreements about the fact that the work that's ahead of us that we have to do, conversations and learning for all of us about our students, getting to know our students really well, supporting our teachers so that they can support our students, conversations that need to happen in learning around restorative approaches, the impact that trauma has on learning, the impact of secondary trauma, right, and how that impacts the adults that interact with our students, and the conversations that we also have to have about race and class, and how all of those elements come into play into the educational environment. So I want to highlight them for engaging in the honest conversation, and for all of us walking away with a shared understanding and commitment that blaming is not going to fix our problems, right? Blaming doesn't fix it. Coming together and having the challenging conversations, accepting the fact that we do have challenges, and then trying to collaboratively find the solutions, that is what's going to get us closer. So I wanted just to begin by thanking them, and I look forward to the work ahead, given that we all expressed commitment to collaborating moving forward. So that concludes that part of the report.
And now we have the student report, and before she speaks, thank you. We have the student report now, but before she speaks, I want to say, on behalf of the board, thank you to Alexa, who is graduating this year. And those who have been coming to the meetings know that Alexa has done a stellar job as the student representative here. We are very, very proud of you. And she is a shining example of what our high school students are. And certainly we hope the best for you coming forward. This is her last meeting with us. Superintendent, do you have anything you'd like to say to Alexa?
I do. I want to wish Alexa the very best as she takes on the journey at American University in Washington, D.C. Alexa, in addition to her leadership work and role here, has taken up a variety of leadership roles throughout the district. She was at the center of the work in our student-led advocacy around school safety and gun violence. Alexa was at the center of leading our student leaders throughout the district in informing our student code of conduct. Alexa was at the center of conversations around improvements to our food and nutrition and the meals. And you went in there with a group of students and you tasted food and you gave feedback and you stayed on it. And Alexa was also at the center of research that was done and presented to myself, the mayor, around these supports that we have to make sure that we invest in to meet the needs of our students, not only academically, but socially and emotionally. So congratulations. And I don't know, Alexa, you had mentioned before that she said, I want to be a superintendent one day. I don't know if you still feel that way, But if you do, know that you have many of us here that can help you along the way.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to be studying CLEG. It's a major, and it's communication, legal studies, economics, and government, all put into one. And I would also like to minor in education studies, so that combines with the government politics part as well as the education to be a superintendent, or also I guess my main goal is a crazy one, but is to be the Secretary of Education. And yeah. So I have a long way, but I believe that DC will offer me those opportunities, and you guys have allowed me to experience so much, and I'm excited to apply these skills that I've learned to my college experience. So thank you everyone for supporting me and allowing me to be part of this board and contributing to the student voice aspect. And I hope to continue that and include another member next year. So thank you.
And do you have a report, or that was it?
Yes. Well, it's just very short. But as the school year is coming to the end, the Student Senate will have their last meeting on May 29th. And we'll be saying goodbye to our seniors and wishing them good luck on their next adventure. As for next year, the Student Senate will continue with their proposal that they presented to the superintendent and mayor, and we hope to present it to you guys in September or October, because that's usually when most students are available, and we can have a big crowd to present to you guys, because they worked really hard and they have so much information to share with you guys. And then in addition, they will also be taking a field trip with the superintendent to the legislative office, which was what Chairman Flores was just talking about, and they will speak about student concerns and make sure that we get the money and the grants that we need to support the growing population in Hartford and the students. So thank you.
Thank you. The rest of the committee reports are available online. However, the Facilities and School Choice and Facilities Committee does have a statement they wish to make today. So, Ms. Browdy? No? Not you? Oh, Ms. Clark, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. So for the School Choice and Facilities Committee, per our board policy 3505, we wanted to move to make an announcement for the naming of the Weaver Health Center. And so for that, we have Leah O'Neill Fitchner, was a valued employee of the Hartford school system for over 30 years. And she started as a gym teacher and rose to the level of a cabinet position as the Senior Director of Health Services. She retired 10 years ago to her native Ireland, along with her husband Eric, also a longtime employee of the school system. Tragically, Leah died in a car accident in Ireland in November 2017, and it is in her name that we would like to dedicate the new health center at Weaver High School, the Leah O'Neill Fitchner Health Center. And there's a lot more information about her attributions and things that she has contributed to of the naming of the health center. You all can find that on the board docs. But I would like to move with this announcement. There is a 6-month time frame in which the public can make comments with respect to the naming of the Weaver Health Center. So we will bring that back in 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Superintendent, do you have something you'd like to add?
As you're talking about contributors around health services, I do want to acknowledge our School Nurse of the Year award, which is going to Maria Martinez, nurse at ELAMS, actually being honored by the Association of School Nurses in Connecticut with the School Nurse of the Year award. And the purpose of the award is to publicly recognize an exceptional school nurse each year who functions as an expert school nurse and being a role model for nurses, demonstrating outstanding professionalism, initiative, and leadership skills. So I thought it was an opportunity to highlight someone that is in the workspace right now, contributing to our school communities. And she is here. So can we just acknowledge her for what she does.
Now we move on to the business portion of the agenda, and we have a pretty full agenda today. And we're starting out with administrative appointments, and up first is Mr. Anthony Brooks for appointment to Bethesda STEM. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Chairman Flores. Anthony Brooks is a school leader with experience as a principal, assistant principal, dean of students, resident principal, and instructional coach, serving diverse populations in Hartford and other districts in our state. As you see in his resume and in background information, he is a graduate of UConn's UCAP residency program, which is a turnaround leadership program in which he earned his 6-year diploma. This is in school leadership. Mr. Brooks also holds a 6-year diploma from UConn in curriculum and instruction with a focus on bilingual and bicultural education, and even has his TESOL certification. Before then, he became certified in elementary ed after receiving a Bachelor of Arts degree from also UConn in sociology. He is here with us today after being the leader at Hartford Public High School, and the School Governance Council at Bethesda STEM has provided the unwavering support for his appointment to Bethesda STEM.
Do you want to say something?
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Brooks started his teaching career in middle school math and science as a teacher. He is passionate about STEM and increasing opportunities for Hartford students. He built his leadership skills first as a dean of students at Sand School, where he led the school-wide PBIS initiative and achieved a 50% reduction in behavior issues. As an assistant principal in Manchester, he continued to work on culture and climate, but had a focus on professional development in the workshop model and supporting teacher collaboration in professional learning communities. As a principal in infill, he deepened partnerships with families and community leaders. One of Mr. Brooks' successes at Hartford Public High School includes leading the Hartford Public High School Turnaround Committee. It was aimed to identify and support growth toward the ideal Hartford High. This cooperative venture was informed by focus groups with all stakeholders, including students, parents, consultants, and community partners. This committee unpacked root causes in order to inform decision-making as the school examined relationships, rigor, and the school and class attendance. Additionally, Mr. Brooks collaborated with the district to open the first Student Support and Success Center and the Hartford Public School Satellite Academy, both of which were aimed at accelerating students toward graduation through credit recovery, social-emotional learning, and restorative practice. Anthony Brooks believes strongly in our students' potential for excellence and the superintendent's and the board's educational vision for our schools. He is especially excited to serve at the Bethesda STEM students and the community to achieve excellence for all.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Is there a motion to accept Mr. Brooks' nomination, appointment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
I have one.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez?
Can you just speak real quickly to, because I think you spoke about this a little bit before, but speak a little bit maybe about the transition from high school to a different level, right? And as short as you can, just in terms of time. But yeah.
Sure. So the challenge of leadership, whether it's high school or middle school, is really around forming relationships and really deepening those relationships and supporting a culture that not only focuses on success for students, but success for everybody. So whether that's teachers, school community, community partners, so really engaging everybody in decision making and moving towards a shared vision and a collective vision. I have absolutely appreciated the opportunity to be at Hartford Public High School, to really engage in understanding the power of relationships. And that's certainly what I'll take into my work at Betances STEM, a community that I know is heavily invested in the school and invested in relationships and very focused on the success of students, certainly beyond BSTEM and into the future.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you. So I'm just looking over your resume, and you have a wealth of experience in different schools. One of my concerns is that the stability of being in one place for a period of time. So I would just love to hear you speak about, and I know that it's a level of like moving from dean to assistant principal to principal. So I do see that, and that's important for the growth of your career. However, I'm just concerned about your sustainability in one location, because what our kids do need is that consistency. So if you can just talk to where you envision yourself and how are you going to go about doing that?
So I shared with the SGC at BSTEM, and I'll share with the entire community that the arc of my career has been such that I've moved up, right, 1 year after another, or moved into one leadership position and then into another. Where that's been a challenge has been in planting roots in a community, right, and of course serving a community for, even though we've been able to together really make some real good changes for students in the community, there hasn't been that consistency. And so what I am absolutely focused on is planting roots at BSTEM and certainly with the Hartford community at large. This is a place where I wanted to return to. So this is actually my third time in Hartford as an instructional coach and then a dean, and now back as a principal. And I will promise to the BSTEM community, the students, the teachers, the parents, this board, our superintendent, and everyone that this is absolutely where I want to be. And for the foreseeable long-term future, this is where I want to grow the success of the school, tied with the success of us all. So.
And then I have another question. So in your tenure of school systems, more specifically, I only can talk to the ones in Hartford, you have been in some challenging schools. Mm-hmm. So CN's, Hartford High, and I noticed you stated that there was a reduction of 50% in discipline data at CN. And we know that the challenges with Hartford High. So can you just speak to some of the work beyond just the Student Success Center and also taking part, I believe it was stated, the leadership part. Can you just talk about some of the work that you have done within Hartford High that you can use in your future at BSTEM?
Yeah. So I'll start with saying, so the reason that we had the success we did is because, again, returning to relationships, right? And being able to have conversations around what we needed to provide students, what we needed to understand about ourselves and our expectations, and connecting those two for students' benefit and their success in the classroom, right? I took that perspective into Hartford High, and again, I'll return to our turnaround committee process. What we had to unpack was where we were with relationships with students and among staff and with our school community, and we made some inroads with respect to understanding those things, of course, right? We did focus groups with all sorts of stakeholders and having those conversations and understanding what our goals were and where we were as a group, and then understanding the broader context of trying to move from 3 schools that function, sort of separately and now into one comprehensive school. It's been a challenge, but a rewarding one. And I think that the more that the focus stays on sustaining those relationships, either through programs like the Student Success Center or just, the everyday, hi, how you doing, and welcoming students at the door and those sorts of things, the more we sort of focus on a broad, comprehensive strategy to sustain relationships, the better off Hartford High will be.
Thank you.
Mr. Stallings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'll just ask one question, even though I have like 10. So my question is simply, it's actually a simple one, and if you can't answer it, I can respect that too. How do you plan on impacting the community around your school as it relates to STEM? So how are you going to impact parents and neighbors and storekeepers with the STEM curriculum as much as you plan to inundate the students? So how are you going to take your curriculum in your school and focus on the community around you and vice versa?
First, I would speak with all the community stakeholders to understand how much we all know about STEM and the possibilities for students' futures having had the experience of a STEM background, right? Long term, there are jobs in the future that if we prepare students through STEM now, jobs that don't even exist, they'll be prepared for, right? All that starts in the classroom and understanding engineering design principles and how those principles translate across content areas, right, and are transferable to, even things beyond the classroom, right, and making connections to how community members can be a part of those things, right, and a part of that instruction and a part of what it means to be a STEM school, right. So first, I would certainly want to understand what the community wants from BSTEM in terms of a STEM education, and then work with the entire community, entire school community to help develop that and help them help everybody have an understanding of the long-term prospects for our students.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, then I will call the motion. All those in favor of Mr. Brooks' appointment to Betances STEM signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you very much.
If there's anything further you'd like to say.
I'll be brief because I know there's a long agenda this evening. I just want to thank certainly the members of the board, the superintendent, because being here is what I wanted, and I look forward to many years serving the BSTEM and Hartford community. Thank you.
Next up, item 4.2, the appointment of Mr. Paul Casey as principal of the Montessori School at Batchelder. Madam Superintendent.
Yes, Paul Casey has a diverse professional experience that has prepared him very well for a leadership position with Montessori Magna at Batchelder. He has taught English at the middle school level, high school and college level. He was an administrator of a K-8 Montessori for several years in New York before coming to Hartford 5 years ago. His own children attended a Montessori school, and he credits the philosophy for their composed, caring nature and willingness to take on any challenge, which is what Mr. Casey brings to his leadership and how he wants to continue to grow Montessori Magna at Batchelder.
Ms. Avila?
Mr. Casey returned to Batchelder community in January. He had served as the principal in that building for 4 years, during which he built strong ties between the school and the neighborhood families and organizations, including the senior center. The new program at Batchelder is a strong fit because of his experience leading a Montessori school in urban New Rochelle, New York. He has this personal connection, so he has seen the benefit of the Montessori approach. In his months as acting principal this year, he has built relationships with staff, students, and families, many of them who attended Batchelder during his previous work there. He has built trust with the faculty to support the integration of Common Core standards and district major actions to align and strengthen the Montessori model. He is overjoyed to work with a dedicated team of teachers and attends family functions such as spring dances for parents and children and multicultural fair, which was attended by more than over 200 community members.
Is there a motion to approve Mr. Casey's appointment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Casey? Ms. Brody?
I have a Montessori student myself. Prior to her being a Montessori student, I knew nothing about it. But it is in a very exciting place for young people to be. And I'm sure that's the goal for yourself and for your staff to allow the students to experience. And I do have a little cousin over there with you guys. So it's exciting. So I'm hoping as the school grows, that is just even more good things happening, which I know will be true.
Ms. Stolz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about bullying, actually. How do you describe bullying in the school? And I guess in general, I'm not asking you to, air a whole bunch of dirty laundry and statistics, but in terms of just the fact that you have children who are from the inner city versus children who are from the suburbs, and the subcultures are different. How do you mediate bullying incidences, and how do you deal with trauma as a result of these issues? And what kind of professional development have you employed, or would you employ?
I think it's an excellent question. So I think our climate and culture is strong. Bullying isn't, there always exists some angst between children. And mediating that, we do it in a number of ways. One of which is in the Montessori classroom, we call it the peace table. So we try to start there with the teacher and with the two students, discussing what the issue is at hand, what were their choices, what their choices could have been, how those results would have been better. School-wide, we've implemented with Joe Brummer the responsive restorative practices, and he's been to our school and has been complimentary along those lines. I want to sort of interweave the two because I don't think you can do just the one well to cover all eventualities. Ultimately, it does go back to safeguarding everybody's interests. And you safeguard everybody's interests regardless of where they're from by creating cultural responsiveness and an appreciation for everyone's background and culture. So we've started to do that in our library. And as far as the staff goes, one of the things that we want to do for professional development is to use the Discovery Center, which was used by district administration for administrators. And some really valuable and eye-opening sessions were held there, and I'd like to bring them into our school.
Okay. This a follow-up question, and it's pretty brief. So, how do you mediate? When do you bring parents into the process, and how do you mediate that for resolution?
So almost immediately. The thing that I think about with the magnet school is that we have to be better than any of the suburban schools where these children come from. So communicating and being out front, I think, is essential. We will create an immediate safety plan if there's an issue, and then we'll bring that to the parents to let them know that we are working toward protecting everybody first, and then we're going to hash out the nuances. So we've done that in other cases, and then the parents have come in and talked about things that they'd like to see changed or altered, and if it's feasible, and if it's within district policy and special education practice and law, then absolutely.
Excellent. I need that date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So hearing no other comments or questions, all those in favor of Mr. Casey's appointment signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? And the ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Casey.
Thank you very much.
And if there's anything you'd like to say?
I told them no alcohol, folks. I apologize. I just want to quickly say, I've been in Hartford now going into my 5th or 6th year, I don't remember. I've always been in urban education, and I just want you to know that I will work tirelessly on behalf of each and every child as if it were my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Omaris Jornet, is principal of Parkville Community School. Madam Superintendent.
Ms. Omaris Jornet has served as acting principal at Parkville Community School since August of 2018. As a child, she was raised in Hartford, attended Parkville Elementary School, and is a proud graduate of Hartford Public High School. She was a physical education teacher at Burr and then at HMTCA for 11 years. She served as a dean of students at Middletown High School for 3 years. Very passionate about returning home to Hartford, and she sought an opportunity to return with a greater leadership role. Is guided and leads with ethical professionalism, and she's very committed to the development of the students and staff by providing equitable, culturally responsive, stimulating, healthy, supportive, and safe learning environments.
I did fail to point out earlier that Ms. Yvette Avila is our chief of schools and is charged with overseeing our network of 40-odd schools, and that's the reason why she is sitting here with the principal, Ms. Avila.
Thank you. Ms. Omaris Jornet has been a teacher and an educator for 15 years. Ms. Jornet began her professional career in Hartford, but I do need to tell you that she began her learning at Parkville Elementary School. As a physical education teacher at Burr School and later transferred to Hartford Magnet Trinity College Academy from August 2006 and 2015. She transferred to become a dean of students at Middletown High School, where she served for 3 years. While working at Middletown High School, she served on the Juvenile Review Board of Middletown's Youth Service Bureau to assist and divert first-time juvenile offenders from entering the system by offering a non-judicial restorative contract and directing them to local resources and service providers to address their at-risk behaviors. Ms. Jornet is passionate about and has dedicated her life to making positive impacts in lives of students. She has participated in several programs that made her positive contributions in the lives of students. For example, Equal Opportunity Schools, Girls Inspired for Total Success, Ladies Empowerment and Development. Her core values are consistent with her behaviors and action. Ms. Jornet leads by her convictions and places students at the core of her actions. She is committed and has a moral imperative to lead a school where the mission and vision represents equitable outcomes for children by providing them with the tools and skills needed for them to have access, opportunity for a better future.
Is there a motion to approve Ms. Jornet's appointment?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments or questions for Ms. Jornet?
I have a quick one.
Yes, Ms.
What would you consider your strategy or belief to, because obviously you have a vision for the school as the principal, as a school leader, what would be your strategy in getting your staff to believe in that and to get on board with that?
Thank you, Mrs. Browdy, for the question. In regards to getting them on board, we're currently doing that work now. I have communicated with my district leadership team, and we've moved forward and decided on creating focus groups so that we have a better understanding of all of the stakeholders' voices and what their concerns are, what their feelings are, and how we can come together and build community so that we can focus on the success of our students and making their academic achievement the priority. And so we've currently held our 2 focus groups with our families and our staff members at Parkville. And we are currently going to be moving forward with doing that as well with our students. And then I am also going to be using our SIG funds, our school improvement funds that we should be getting next year towards professional learning and development for our staff, our parents, so that again, the purpose and the vision and the mission is creating community, creating relationships among all stakeholders so that our vision can continue to be our students and be our focus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I don't have a question. I actually have a comment. When I was a new board member, and I mean literally like maybe 3 to 4 months in my term, I had the privilege and the pleasure of meeting Miss J, I'll call her, when she was a gym teacher at HMTCMA. We talked about growing up in the city. I listened to her passion. I listened to her talk about her concern, her deep concern for all children. I listened to her talk about growing up in Hyacinth Yeti's house and being a second daughter. And I say all that to say that I'm excited about this appointment because this is almost like me getting a job as principal, but more refined and more under control. So I totally appreciate that. However, but the same amount of passion and commitment and tireless effort. I know the school community is going to get that. I know they're going to get a person who's going to work to the wee hours of the night, who's going to get committed, who's going to be committed to the families and the children outside of school and the culture, not just the culture the climate of the school, but the subculture and making sure that's included and embedded into the curriculum and in the classroom. I know that's going to happen. So I think for the first time in my career, I'm not worried about disappointment at all. So thank you for this. I appreciate this so much because I know that it's going to pay dividends almost immediately. I know that the young girls at that school are going to have a role model because we don't do enough for our young girls in this school, in this city. So I'm appreciative of that. I thank you for coming back to our community to want to give of yourself tirelessly because this is a thankless job, as you know. And I just want to say thank you again, Madam Superintendent and everyone else for making this appointment.
Thank you. Mine is slightly towards just asking, on here, on your resume, you put collaborate with teachers and also how you provide instruction and develop and maintain the culture of the staff in your building. So my question is, one, and I'll ask it after, so I'll just do one at a time. How do you do that? So I know Board Member Brody talked about, how do you see it going forward with the focus groups? But just, I would like to know, like in your time and your tenure there, how have you done that now?
So one of the things that I'm proud of and I feel accomplished is that we've created 2 different teams at Parkville Community School. One of them is an instructional leadership team around my coaches and my administration team, and I've also created a Parkville leadership team, which is based around my staff and my school, which incorporate my teachers, whether they're my classroom teachers, my SPED teachers. Currently, that's who I have, and I'll also be putting out an application for moving forward next year, more teachers to join the group. But I really believe in teacher voice. I really believe in hearing what they have to say and what they would like in regards to, or what is needed, right, in regards to our students and what they feel is fit and best for our students, because they're with them in the classroom every single day, right? They teach them. And so incorporating their voice is extremely important, as well as I celebrate them. I think that it's important in making sure that there are different things that come from the administration team to let them know that I appreciate, or me and my assistant principal appreciate the work that they're doing, and we do different things such as like morning treats every other, twice a month, and we celebrate them, and we also do monthly celebrations around their birthdays, and we give them gifts. I mean, there's just a lot in regards to the different things that I continue in the school improvement grant, right? I made sure that I had their voice around what would you like and what do you need for our students and in your classrooms and just for the school in general. So they had a voice in regards to how that money was supposed to be spent or is going to be spent for for now and for the future. So those are all the different ways that I incorporate them and their voice in regards to moving our school forward.
Thank you.
You're
and
welcome.
then my next and my last question
Mhm.
is for purposes of moving forward, and if you are afforded the position, if we vote and everything, how will you, beyond the focus groups, right? So my concern, and Hyacinth Yenny stated it in her comments, my concern is that you get the support that you need based on some of the struggles that are within the school. So beyond just the focus groups and making sure that you're leveraging the relationships within your school with the teachers and also the students in the community surrounding your school. Beyond the focus groups, do you have any idea of what else that you would do to gain that trust and making sure that you have everything you need to be successful and that the teachers are there to support you and that you all are able to provide for our young people?
So, excuse me, yes, in regards to building their trust, it's about building relationships with them and getting to know them personally as well as professionally. And again, going back to their voice, I truly believe in getting their input as to how I've done and how I've been as an administrator, and not just because it's my first year there, but that's a question that I will continue to ask them throughout my many more years to come in regards to, around 3 questions most likely, which there will be, what's one thing that you feel is necessary in regards to changing for the following year? What's one thing that you feel is an area of improvement? And what's one thing that we've done really well here at Parkville as an administration team? And what other feedback could you provide me as your administrator, as your evaluator, in regards to improvement and doing or changing something? So I think that getting their feedback and their input is extremely important. And again, making sure that I'm connecting with them beyond the classroom and developing a relationship with them.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I have a comment. We don't always appreciate our city for what it is, but in spite of it being a small city, we're truly a cosmopolitan city because we have people here from all over the world. And one of our big challenges is that we have dozens and dozens of languages spoken in our schools. I had the honor of visiting Parkville Community School a few months ago for an assembly where they were honoring one of our community leaders, Ms. Marta Bentham, and I was so pleased to see that children were performing in English, Spanish, and in Portuguese. And some of us may not realize that we have a huge Brazilian community in this city, which is why we have so many Brazilian restaurants. But it was just great to see a school where the voices, the different voices of our children are lifted up. So I thank you for that. So, are there any other comments? All those in favor of Ms. Journay's appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Exceptions? The ayes have it. Congratulations, Ms. Journay. And if you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I do. I'd like to say thank you to my district leadership team for their commitment and support in building my capacity during my first year here at Parkville, and especially thank my executive leadership coach, Dolores Bolton, who was also my principal when I was a teacher at HMMS. So we go way back. We at Parkville have worked really hard in being awarded a school improvement grant by the state, and this is a win for all of us. My staff and I have worked collaboratively on determining how to use the funds, and we're excited about the opportunity and access it has created for our school in increasing academic achievement. I remember the hot summer day that Dr. Torres Rodriguez and I had the opportunity last summer to walk the Parkville community neighborhood together to spread the good news of the first day of school and that attendance matters and that coming to school the first day really makes a difference in regards to the rest of their school year. I remember looking at her and asking her, "Do you know how meaningful and personal this is to me?" She responded and said, "Yes, I completely get it." I would like to share with everyone that I'm a former Parkville student, that I am Parkville, and a graduate of Hartford Public Schools. Thank you, Dr. Torres Rodriguez and Dr. Vasquez Matos, Board of Education members, Parkville Community School staff, students, and parents in my Hartford community for your support. I really appreciate you all.
Next, we have the appointment of Mr. Leonardo Watson as principal of our newest middle school, Milner Middle School.
Mr. Leo Watson has served as acting principal at Milner School since July 2018. He has been committed and has been serving Hartford Public Schools in a variety of roles since 2002. His experience includes teaching social studies, serving as a dean, principal in residence, and principal. He has taught at Lewis Fox Middle School, Weaver High School, and at the Nursing Academy at Hartford High. He served as Dean of Students briefly for the 9th grade academy at Weaver High School. And in 2013-14, he was the principal in residence at the Environmental Sciences Magnet and Achievement First Academy. He was named principal of Simpson Waverly School in July 2014, where he remained until the school's closing in June 2018. Do want to also reference that Mr. Watson was, very committed to making sure that his entire school community transitioned very well to all of its respective new locations. He's committed to parent and community engagement and also making sure that students have the tools and the skills that are needed to be productive. Leo Watson.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Ms. Avila.
Mr. Watson has been a committed teacher and education leader for 17 years. His educational degrees include a Master's of Education of School Administration, along with continuing education credits with a focus on learning styles and teaching strategies. In addition, Mr. Watson will soon pursue his 093 certification for executive leadership in Connecticut. Mr. Watson began his career in Hartford as a social studies teacher for Fox Middle School. Utilizing his competing interests in engineering, he was also an advisor for the popular CT pre-engineering program. He soon became a principal in residence at E.S. Simmons School, and in July 2014, Mr. Watson was named as principal of Simpson Waverly School. He is very proud of the culture of family connectedness developed and maintained in that school. As a core value, Mr. Watson is committed to establishing and sustaining a high-quality school and community partnership as one avenue to improving student achievement. On a more personal note, Mr. Watson is very happily married and has 3 wonderful children. He's passionate about playing and coaching soccer. He has coached and led Hartford High's varsity soccer team to be to the state tournament, and he was recently recognized for coaching the Windsor Young Soccer League for 7 years.
Is there a motion to approve Mr. Watson's appointment?
So moved.
As second?
Second.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Watson? Ms. Oliver.
Hello. So I thank you, and thank you, Superintendent and the team, for such good appointments this evening. I felt moved to speak because I then Principal Watson, with some work we were doing at Simpson Waverly School and doing the health and community fair for several years at Simpson Waverly. And when you talk about someone committed to their student body, their staff, and their community, it was very clear. I felt like I was part of a very special family. We did 89.9 Cute FM several times together. And let me tell you, on those days, he worked very hard. From some of you know, this is my neighborhood we're talking about. So when Simpson Waverly was closed, it was a difficult time, and it was actually, I was very proud of the way our community handled it, and I thought that was because of your leadership. When we transitioned the Health and Community Fair over to Parker Memorial, I thought that has a lot to do with you. And one thing I'll also share is being a board member, many times you get parents who approach you unsolicited, and sometimes they're very vocal. And I was very pleased when parents who have in the past had very loud concerns came to me, and I was prepared, and they told me how much they loved Principal Watson at Milner. So to make such an impact to these parents and children so quickly speaks very well, and so I'm very supportive of this appointment this evening. And so, you know, I know it's a preview, we have to do some business here, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
I do have a comment.
Brody?
For many years, I advocated that I thought it was important that we go back to the middle school model, because I think our middle schoolers were lost and kind of tucked away in our elementary schools, so it's coming to fruition. What I'll be watching for is that that your school and other standalone middle schools will be properly supported, because it's okay to say, okay, middle schoolers are very unique in their point of development and they need some specialized attention, but not to offer you that, making it intentional in quality and what you need at your school will be a disservice to the students. So I will be paying close attention that you get the support that you need so that you're able to be successful.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Mine is actually a comment as well, not necessarily a question. I want to say to you, and I'll say it publicly, like as far as the collaboration and when it comes to community involvement, I have been at the fairs myself and really have seen the pride within the school system. And now you're, you know, back in that same kind of neighborhood, and being able to talk and communicate with those individuals as well will be very important. And I will say with Milner as well that that school and that community is a community. It's really a school where one thing, everyone knows what's going on and how to help and how to support and how to rally together to provide the services they need for our young people. And I will say that's a part of the leadership and also some of the things that you've done in the other schools that you've been a part of. So I will say I hope that you will bring that same fire, that same vigor, that same everything to Milner School, and also in that location, in that area that needs it the most.
Thanks.
Mr. Stallings?
This will be quick. I just want to comment you and congratulate you. When we started the District Model of Excellence, well, first I'll say, when I first met you, he was in the middle of a restraint with a special needs student, and he was actually talking to me and restraining the kid at the same time. So he showed multifaceted and diverse approach from day one. But I just want to say this to you. You and I were in the middle of a room with at least 150 people, and there was high emotions in that room, and you were almost to the point of tears because you were concerned about the children, not your job, not the school, but the children. And I could not talk about the plans and could not talk about this moment or anything else. Actually, I didn't even know you were going to be up for this position. But the point that I'm making simply is, it's not every day that you see a black male from where we're from who's getting a raw deal. In the middle of that raw deal, hold your head up high and continue to be an example for the young men and women and the young boys and girls in the room, to have a passionate conversation and not get lost in the passion. I appreciated that. I respect that. And I respect you for that. And I just want, again, I want to acknowledge that, because that is a rare moment. And you can tell a lot about a person in those times. And very few people get tested like that. And very few people are tested like that in public. And I've been raked over coals in public. I have been decapitated in public. I know what it's like to stand in front of people and you don't have all the answers, but you did it well. You're a class act. And I'm proud to know you and thank you for everything that you've done for our kids. So congratulations.
Thank you. I just want to, sorry.
All those in favor of Mr. Watson's appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? If the ayes have it, congratulations, Mr. Watson. And
Thank you.
This is your opportunity to speak.
So, I was first and foremost, thank you for just those kind words and just reflection from my past leadership. That means a lot to me. You all know the job of a principal in any school. I don't really care which one it is. It's a lonely job at times. And there's a lot of times as principals, you don't see all the emotions that we go through, but we do go through it, because at the end of the day, we're all human beings as well. But the one thing I always tell myself is, no one really at the school have caused me to have some of these emotional needs and concerns and issues that I may be going through presently. So the one thing I pretty much wake up and I tell myself is, when I enter those doors and I walk through those doors, I'm 100% for everyone that's inside of that building. And that's just one of the motto I live by. I also, when Kim mentioned, some of the past work that we've done together, things of that sort bring a smile to my face. And, she mentioned just the hard work and carrying that on. And the one thing I know about myself is that I don't know how not to work hard. I don't know how not to be a great student. I have great leaders here. I'm passionate about what I do. I definitely believe in the major actions that our school board and our central office have put forth. We have personally seen growth in our students and our staff, just being at Milner for 1 year. So I know things are working. I know there's a lot of positive things here. And the one thing I, at this moment, and I've spoke to our superintendent and Dr. Vasquez about this, is there's a lot of negative things surrounding our city and our school system at times. But I will always start out by talking about so many positive things that happens here in Hartford Public Schools. And we really need to have a formal platform to really get to the grassroots level, door-to-door campaigning, and really spreading the positive things that's going on in Hartford Public Schools, such as the fact that in a week or two, and I may have missed the date, but I know we're going to award at least 18 Fox Scholars with over $8,000 to $10,000 of scholarship money going to a university. Those are the positive things that comes out of Hartford. And just like Ms. Ronay mentioned, I am a proud graduate of Hartford Public School Systems, and I'm just thankful that you have given me this opportunity to continue to serve our children and our families here. Thank you. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Avila. And now we move on to item 4.5, which is the adoption of the 2019-2020 budget. Madam Superintendent. Our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Vasquez Matos, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Flake, are joining us.
And the rest of the team, cabinet is here, should we have, additional detailed information that is needed. I do, while Christina, she set it up already, thank you. Do want to just ground us in the fact that we are making significant progress toward creating a balanced and equitable budget, which, you know, you referenced. Did we lose some? Okay. Keep going. Okay. We're making progress toward creating a balanced and equitable budget as it was outlined by our priorities in our DME, and also a departmental goal that Mr. Flagg has been working on with his team as well. You know, as you know, the budget model that we had was inequitable, inefficient, and so we changed it this year. And I do want to thank not only our team, but also our community, our SGCs. You know, we had 7 initial engagements earlier on, and then additional engagements in our community and engagements in specific schools as well, so that we can unpack and answer all of the questions. You know, previously schools received resources in a very inconsistent way, and we wanted to make sure that moving forward, it aligned with the needs of our students. And so the presentation that I have, it is a summarized presentation. We have gone through actually a lot of this content, but I wanted to just provide a high level summary. This should be already posted on our website for those that are going to be catching up with us at home via the television. So just want to make sure that we remember that when we engaged in this process, we wanted to make sure that it met the needs of our community. One, to have a more positive experience with the process, but also what our school leaders said that they needed in the budget process: transparency, equity, flexibility, right? People and our principals wanted to know, what flexibility do I have with regard to my resources? People wanted our information in a very timely way, so that we can at the very least engage in hiring our teachers earlier in the year. And of course, we wanted to make sure that there was strategic alignment to our priorities, as you referenced, Chairman Flores. What priority does this align to? And lastly, stability, making sure that we weren't significantly disrupting the resources that schools had. We have the starter budget, and then also examples of some of the priorities and how we are supplementing those priorities. In slide 5, we have our assumptions, and basically here, as we have reviewed, you know, we projected to have overall similar funding for next year. Some of the top changes were, you know, lower ECS, given that last year we did receive that one-time hurricane aid. Our federal grants were reduced due to a one-time school improvement grant that we did receive last year. Higher state grants primarily due to the governor's proposed increased ECS funding. And so just wanted to kind of highlight that. Followed by the next slide, which is just gives us some historical context and the fact that let's do 5 here. Over the last 5 years, we've mitigated $117 million. This will be my third budget that I'm presenting to the board, with a total of $62 million in mitigations. And so that is a challenging space to be in every single year. However, despite the existing fiscal challenges, the increases in costs, the reduction in the federal grants, we managed to mitigate $12 million. We managed to balance the budget while also making sure that we increase supports based on student needs in the budget that you are approving or considering to approve. This is probably, the next slide is a comprehensive way to kind of map out the funding and the alignment and some of the key investments, starting, you know, when we think about teaching and learning, which is one of our priorities, making sure that there is sufficient staff that will allow for collaborative planning across all of the schools. This is something that came up way when we first started the district model of excellence, that we heard some of our staff saying, we don't get an opportunity to collaborate and learn from one another. And we know that the research says that we have to tend to our adults. And the best way that they learn is learning from one another. With regard to making sure that we meet the needs of all of our learners, 6.5 additional TESOL teachers will support the expansion of our bilingual education program. Additional funding to support college and career readiness that will result in 6.5 additional counselors. The addition of our success centers, making sure that we re-engage the students who have been disconnected from school. Family and community engagement will remain committed to doing that work and getting better at it. The addition of the community school model, which is expanding into 4 additional schools. Making sure that we support social and emotional needs. 9 behavior specialists are going to be added. The 15 student engagement specialists, it says 12 here, but it is 15. And then 11 added social workers. So I just wanted to make sure that, for those that are going to access the information at a later time, these are very specific and very detailed connections to our priorities. The next couple of slides are breakdowns in terms of the resource changes with regard to staffing. And as you can see, the reductions that you see there with staffing are due to our enrollment and then decisions that individual schools made. All in all, it is an addition of over 30 positions that are going to be added across the district. And most importantly, the last 2 slides, and I'll talk about just differentiating the 2 slides because they look very similar. Slide 10 just gives you the entire sequencing of our mitigation process from when we started back in November and we had the $12 million deficit. The last slide is where we currently are. Last time we came together, we talked about the fact that we had a $4.5 million deficit, and we discussed our mitigation, which included, as you can see here, let me just make that a little bigger, 2.5 adding it back into our budget as a request to the city council, the mayor and the city council, to approve the excess funding that we had in the carryover. ECS funding, additional ECS funding that was is proposed to be added. The reduction in the athletics program, removing 3 special education teachers and an executive assistant. So that was for us to balance it. However, when you look at the bottom, these are additional mitigations and additions and where we are today. We have a 1.2 potential additional magnet operating grant as a result of a 2% increase in SB 7109. And so we're projecting that it's about a $1.2 million addition, and reduced the Social Security grant. We initially thought that it was going to be, we had over projected, right? So it was lower than what we initially estimated. There was a reduction in the minimum wage. As you know, the House approved the minimum wage increase to $12 versus the $15 an hour that we had estimated. And we are utilizing some of those funds on the positive to pay attention and take care of some of the deferred maintenance in school buildings. And $700,000 only gets us to 39% of what is necessary to maintain our facilities. This includes everything from, painting our doors, hallways, and some needed repairs. Adding back in the 3 special education teacher positions. These are not compliance driven, but we do feel that we can continue to support our students and our special education teachers. One added resource to the communications department, as you know now, we have John Fergus and Deb in our communications department, and we certainly need to do a better job at communicating and sharing what we're doing and the great work that we're doing. And then lastly, we've added funding for the rebuilding of the Weaver football program, which was not in the initial budget. And that brings us to a full mitigation. Again, want to make sure that this is pending the governor's proposed budget.
Questions, comments on the budget?
I'll just a comment, Mr. Chair. I am glad to see, because I think the last time we spoke, and correct me if I'm wrong, at that point we were considering not adding in the investment in the athletics program because of, we were still $4.5 million. Negative by $4.5 million. So I'm glad to see that there is still an investment in there. I'm also glad to see an investment in the rebuilding of the Weaver football program. I look forward to, after that first tour, I very much look forward to watching a couple games. As a part of the athletics program, I am a little disappointed to see that there won't be an investment in uniforms for the teams, for the students, right? Considering that is one of the best ways to, number one, build pride, right? There's a game happening tonight. What am I going to do? I'm going to walk, my halls wearing my jersey today. And that was one of the biggest things one of the biggest things about being an athlete was being able to show that school pride. So I'm not obviously extremely happy about that, but I am happy to see an investment in the athletics program. So I will leave it there.
Those are things that we can certainly continue to think through, especially, given the fact that one of the things that we also count on is the fact that at times we're not able to, for a variety of reasons, not fill all of the vacancies at the same time. And so that gives us, a wiggle room, if you will. So these are all good things for us to keep track of and make additional investments as the year progresses.
And I did have one more thing, actually. I lied. I wanted to, and I'm not going to make you go back to it, but there was a slide, and the title of it was Q4 Total Reduction of the Budget. Again, you don't have to find it. It'll probably take you a minute. But what I really wanted to emphasize there was the bottom line, where we looked at how the district has mitigated $117 million in costs, right? So when did you get here, Superintendent, as acting Superintendent?
So I own 17, 18 on.
Got it. So if we look at 17, 18 on, look at the position eliminations, right? And where we've added and where we've subtracted. I'm proud of that. That's it. I'll shut up there. I'm proud of that.
Ms. Browder, you had a comment, question?
I had some questions. There seems to be a theme throughout, like when you look at the schools, along the lines of instructional improvements, miscellaneous service, instructional and other supplies, text and library books, miscellaneous supplies, and the superintendent mentioned the building improvements. Was it something special with that specifically? Because it's like all of that has been, those services has been removed.
Can you reference just any of the school pages, only just so that we can have, if anyone is going to watch later, they can also follow. Like I'm looking at page 24. which is Kinsella, for example.
I mean, almost, you can pick a school and you'll see the instructional improvements, instructional and other supplies, miscellaneous supplies. It's like a theme throughout. I see that's the case with MLK.
As to reductions?
Yes, like for instance, we can use MLK for an example, and I don't know if their relocation has a impact on that, so maybe not.
Trying to look for MLK on the.
So I can answer some of the questions that are asked. So one of the things that we did with this year's budget, in working with Dr. Negron, what we did is actually we did an assessment of kind of the status of our textbooks throughout the district and what do we need to really create a comprehensive textbook adoption throughout the district. Again, if you go back to the slide that kind of shows the equity impact, one of the things is making sure that students receive the materials and supplies that they need. So the district, it will be investing approximately about $1.7 million in textbook adoption district-wide in the areas of ELA and math. I just had a recent conversation with Dr. Negron about possible additional dollars to start to update our science textbooks and materials. So the discretionary dollars that you see in the school used to be a local level decision, and now the textbook allocation and purchasing is being centralized through the Office of Academics to make sure we really have good inventory of our textbooks, and also really create a comprehensive, up-to-date textbook adoption and kind of refresh a program around the district. Those dollars then are, these dollars that you see in the school allow for the principals to have that local autonomy to buy other instructional materials, stipends, at their discretion that they may need to support what will be provided by the district.
But in what line item would that be? As far as
the textbooks?
For them purchasing on top of what the district, the text and library books?
So it'll be it'll be under instructional and other supplies, as well as miscellaneous supplies.
Because that's another concern. That's one of the items that is very low. So I'm starting to write the schools. So I see MLK, sports and science, pathways, capital prep. So you're saying because the district is doing this $1 million+ investment, that's why we're seeing reductions in which of the ones?
So you would usually see that under instructional and other supplies in the past. Now, it's important for the board as well to understand that $1.2 or $1.7 million in the textbook adoption is the tip of the iceberg that we need to, in order to really achieve a district-wide and making sure that we get the most current materials in front of our students. You saw you heard from some of the principals actually using their SIG dollars in order to support those efforts, which helps the district in many ways, and that's why we pursue these grants, because it allows them to purchase classroom libraries, technology, professional development in order to be in alignment with what we're trying to achieve. So we are being very intentional in making sure that when it comes to bulk purchases like that impact all students, and the fact that we are actually have clearly defined major actions around ELA, English language arts, literacy, numeracy, then the materials should be, the foundational materials should be the same, and then allowing an allocation at the school level to allow for supplemental or enhancements that that principals may see fit to complement the programs that are being provided district-wide.
Okay, because I mean, it's is this Canelli? It's this school, the Montessori side. I didn't. So, if I was a parent or a community member, and I see that in every school, and it's things like instructional improvements. That's a big one that probably took a hit. So if we have schools that we're saying are not at the performance level that we wish them to be, and I see a $62,000 hit on instructional improvement, how am I going to accept that? How is that okay? So I think, I don't know, because you mentioned a few things of the list that I gave, but you didn't touch on all of them. And it just seems like it has to be something there, because it's almost in every school that dollar amount is so huge, way less than what it is this year.
So, and if I can interject, Dr. Vasquez-Matos, in support of Ms. Browdy, if we look at the total budget, we see instructional improvements are down $2.7 million, and supplies and techs are down $1.5 million. It's about $4 million in total. And this question is, why?
Now, it matches with what you said you're going to do district-wide textbook and what the cut was, right? That makes sense. But those other, because we don't know what miscellaneous services was. What was the school using those funds for, and what are they not going to have now? Because when everyone's looking at this budget, they're figuring out these schools had this, and next year they don't. So that's the main question, and that's the question that we're going to get from the community.
So I think first, we have to go back to the budget model, right? So the budget model is totally new to all the schools. So we started with making sure that every school has that starter budget. So every school will have a principal, an AP based on the allocation. Some have 2, some have 3. Some last year had only 2 APs. There's one high school that had 2 APs last year, and because of this new formula, now they have 3 APs. The fact that you see an increase in school counselors, that is because of the formula. There are schools who have that had only 1 school counselor, and now because of the funding formula, they have 3. So I think it's important to remind the community and as a whole that we have to look there first, because there is also an investment there to making sure that every school receives the staffing they need to support school needs. So another example, a great question that came my way is chronic absenteeism, right? How are we investing dollars in chronic absenteeism? Well, between the 39 newly retitled, what we formerly called the FRA, and now family school support providers, as well as the 15 student engagement specialists, that is a huge investment for the district in order to support chronic absenteeism, as well as disengaged students and behavior. The other question around that is restorative practice. How much did we invest? Well, this year we have about $250,000 that we have invested through grants and general budget in restorative practice training. Next year, in this new job description with the student engagement specialist, one of their responsibilities is be trained and then train the schools around restorative practices. So we have a greater impact on making sure everyone gets trained around restorative practices and not depend on contracts moving forward, but we actually build capacity within. So this becomes a learning opportunity for for all of us, as well as our community, to really understand where we are investing the dollars. Mr. Flegg and I really enjoyed the slide in which we actually talk about the keys to student success and equity impact. That is truly the highlights of where you can actually earmark our priorities with tangible evidence and future measurable outcomes on making sure it's impacting students. So when we talk about teaching and learning, we know that the Office of World Languages and English as Second Languages created this new continuum of services for our schools, hence creating this new allocation for making sure that there's one teacher for every 35 ELL. And we could go on and on and on. This is really where the highlights and the talking points of the budgets really live, because it's a new way of doing a budget. Now, Board Member Brody, to your point, it can be very confusing to stakeholders who have actually seen past ways of looking at the budget, even format-wise, right? So if you look at the budget, each office leads every department. So there were allocations before that, or there were departments that we would never have seen in the budget book. So every office leads or is followed by the departments that actually supervise those departments. And some of those line items just roll up to the offices. That was a lot for
Can I just ask, David, Mr. Flake, to give some examples as to what goes under the line, 322, for instructional improvements, and the same thing for, miscellaneous services, just so that we can contextualize.
Sure. So, give you a couple examples. So, some of our language, speech, and hearing contracts would be in instructional improvements. So when I think we came to the board earlier this year with Dr. Sellers around having the 3 contracts that were in place. That's a big chunk of what goes in there, as well as some of the items that Dr. Vasquez said around in the academic space. In miscellaneous services, some of our athletics is in there. So when you're paying people to do the clocks, people to run the buses, people to do the athletic referees, that goes in there as well. And then it's just, for instance, we've got a Pathways Travelers number that's in there as well. So it kind of where everything else falls. So when we do the budget this year, and we're real specific around how much schools get for discretionary dollars and for stipends and for supplies, a lot of it doesn't fall there anymore because now they're really deliberate about which account they're going to put that in.
So, for example, as I look at page 34 for Sanchez and, instructional improvements, their instructional improvements did not reduce too much, but I also know that they have the EL contract, for example, right? And I know that that's where that contract lives. And some of these were school-specific, flexibilities that schools had to determine, how are they going to allocate the, specific flexibilities that they had in their budget, right? The supplemental funding, how they would use if it's a magnet school, how they would use the $500 per pupil, the discretionary dollars. And so schools had specific flexibilities around that as well.
Yeah, I actually have a couple questions, but I'll come back and allow other board members. So on page 86, under Sundry Essential Services, just curious, under other operating expenses, we see a significant jump under there. Can you please explain what other operating expenses, what is in there?
Yeah, sure. That's where we put the potential teachers pension portion that Hartford Public Schools would be liable for, as well as the increase in the hourly wage. So we just put those on those account there. So the proposal to go to $12 an hour, we put that there plus the teacher pension.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 83, for the Office of Outreach, Community Partnerships, and Family Engagement, miscellaneous services and miscellaneous supplies and other operating expenses, can we, obviously there was no budget prior to, but those are significant amounts, so just curious on what those are and what is miscellaneous services, what is miscellaneous supplies, and other operating expenses.
Yeah, I know, the $1 million in instructional improvement, that's for the community schools.
I'm not, I don't see a million, I'm sorry.
Oh,
On 83.
further below.
Page 83?
Yeah, but further below in the other instructional.
Yeah, I'm looking at the, I'm looking at,
miscellaneous
360,
services?
maybe I should grab the
368,
renewal one.
368,000
Hold on, maybe I should
on
grab
page 83.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, page 83, yeah. So
Yep.
I'm looking at miscellaneous services to 368, and then miscellaneous supplies, and then not the total operating expenses, but the other operating expenses.
Yep, we're
Just curious on what is that? What is in there?
We're just looking that up for you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Someone else can answer a question while he's looking at it.
So that same line item that Mrs. Clark is referring to, it decreased in the school and it increased. It will not even increase, it showed up in what she's referencing.
360, I don't know what 360 is.
If I can go back to to instructional improvements, Omen. If I understand correctly, you say that there were items in there that would purchase professional services that are now going to be in salaries? You spoke about the contracts with the,
Yeah, so
through Dr. Suller's department.
When we engage with one of those firms, it's not a salary item, it's an instructional improvement, so that the cost gets booked there. So this year we engaged with them, I don't know order of magnitude what that final number was. But next year for planning purposes, we assume all the people are gonna be Hartford Public Schools employees. And we only use those contracts as needed.
Thank you.
So that delta is over $1 million just for that one line item.
Dr. B, I don't know if you have the community and partnership engagement with this 368, the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving grant, which covers, a variety of things.
So maybe this is a question that isn't required to be looked at. For Office of Operations, page 78, we see an increase in transportation and an increase in miscellaneous services as well. Just curious on transportation, is it, what type of transportation for the Office of Operations? And then also under, and it's probably in miscellaneous services, I'm actually going to ask a lot of questions under what is miscellaneous services under each department. So for that one, especially those that have a substantial increase. So for that, I'm just curious on the Office of Operations as well.
So the one piece in operations, so that's where the investment in athletics goes. So for your miscellaneous services, that's purchase service officials, production. I was trying to get some more details. I only brought the summary page for you here. And the same thing for transportation. So we have $57,000 in just for transportation for the increase associated with athletics.
And I'm assuming the Department of Safety and Security on page 66. there is a $732,000 increase in equipment.
That's the school safety grant we just received. So the way that works,
We actually got a presentation in teaching and learning about that.
yeah, I think Daryl and the group the security group came through and talked about that. But I think that's for seven schools, if I recall. I might even have the schools here.
So I guess regardless of it's a grant or not, I'm just curious on what is that equipment? And I know we did have a presentation, but just what for 732,000.
I know that those include upgrades in our camera system throughout many of our schools. Buzzers.
So it is an upgrade to the surveillance cameras in our schools, which many of them are updated, allowing for a backup ability to be put on the cloud. This is part of a grant that we pursued, as well as some other emergency enhancements and security enhancements that the grant allows throughout the system, such as monitoring, on-time monitoring, alert systems, and things of that sort.
Thank you.
This includes the direct connection to the police department? Is that one of the
That is correct.
projects? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Oliver?
Hi, and I apologize if I missed this. So I want to talk about adult education on page 52. There were some questions earlier about the instructional improvements. I'm not sure I fully understand that, but this is a moment where the instructional improvements are increasing, right? $56,000. But one of the things that's decreasing here is the non-certified salaries, and since that's like a significant amount, I guess is this? I know there's a difference in the formula, but when it comes to the adult ed, is there a change in the model? Are we kind of, one of the things that I'm not sure we ever really talked about was how the formula works with adult ed. And so, and I won't take up a lot of time. Adult ed is a smaller part of our budget, but, and also just because there were several people who spoke about adult ed today and all of that good stuff. But I just, it would be helpful to kind of understand that, because is it the decrease in the like, is it aligning with the formula? And again, I acknowledge that this is adult education, so that there may be some differences in terms of things when we talk about classroom size, et cetera, so.
It's a different population.
Yeah.
And a different enrollment process.
Okay.
So programs can be between 3 or a year or things of that sort. So there are different variables than a traditional K-12 setting.
Okay.
So the model is not.
So it doesn't.
We don't even use the model for adult ed.
Okay. So who, I know we're talking about the budget. Who's the leader at this point over at adult ed who's helped to make this decision then?
Dr. Gordon?
Dr. Gordon, thank you.
If I could ask, I don't know, Ms. Oliver, are you done for the moment?
Yes, I am. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
So where is the, as far as like Title I dollars, where does the parental engagement, I might be saying that wrong, where does that lie? What part on page 6? Is it one of those Title I listed?
Yeah, so that's just within your 11.4 million, the Title I basic skills. See the very first federal grant?
11.4?
Yep. And then it just gets allocated to the schools.
And so they go to the schools, but a portion stays with central office. Do we have that number?
How much stays?
Yes, for district-wide parental engagement.
You know, I didn't bring that with me.
Okay, I
can
didn't.
get it for you though.
Because my concern is that we really have not done anything district-wide, I want to say in years, at least the last couple, district-wide family engagement as it relates to, and this is not on you, I just asked you because of the number, that is literacy and math. And we're a district that we need to make incredible strides in those areas. And we used to, but we don't anymore. We've had a district, we've done a dream board, we've done some other things, but we have not engaged parents who are desperately seeking a way to support their children, and I'm one of them, around literacy and math. And we have funds to do it, but we are not engaging our parents as a district, and I think we're failing in that area. That I can't even explain my frustration with that, with us not doing that. You hear other towns, oh, I'm going to this event, and I'm hoping that we are doing that at the school level, but I think if we have funds to do that at the district level and we're not, we need a huge improvement in that area, because we've engaged parents in the district, but we have not engaged them around the two most important things. That's why we're here, and we don't do that. And we're not even going to mention the fact that all of our schools don't even use their money to engage parents. So that's my frustration at the moment on that item. And I've been saying it for a while, and I have not seen anything move in that area.
In support of Ms. Browdy's concern, I would ask Madam Superintendent that we do develop schedules that can show us what is being spent and where when it comes to this Title I money, because it's a question that really comes up quite often from parents who are eager to see things done in their schools and are not seeing that.
And we can provide that. So it's important also, there is law around Title I dollars being accessed. So it's not that, you know, we can use dollars automatically to do different things. And I'll give you a good example. When we did kind of the SIG dollars for the schools that were recipients, one of the things that we actually wrote into the grant was attendance incentives, right? Family nights, things to entice, and all of the attendance incentives that the principals worked with our office on were all declined, right? Because it did not fall around what's allowable around their parameters. So it's important also for everyone to get educated around what does the law state around these dollars. While there is a percentage that is allocated for schools around family engagement, and the Office of Partnerships and Communications actually started now reviewing and checking in what are they using it for, making sure that they use it for that, and so forth. And not just solely on transportation to get from one place to the other, but also to be very intentional of how they're using their dollars and making sure people get involved. But also a lot of the Title I dollars are to cover those additional supports that schools need in reference to student data. So if the achievement data is at the percentage range, well, we use coaches as well as materials in order to support those incentives and so forth. But we do have to be carefully allocate those dollars and monitor those dollars, because every year we do have to report the use of those funds, both to the state and the federal government, and making sure that we're, one, not supplanting dollars with other federal dollars, but at the same time that we're also following the parameters within the law around the entitlement grants, which includes 1, 2, 4, and 6.
And I know that I understand I don't know all of what can be used what, but in regards to the parental engagement, I do know that, because as a parent leader years ago, we actually had teams that there was a staff member and there was a parent that worked together at each school for those dollars specifically to come up with a plan with the school community. It was understood. It was someone in central office that worked with us and trained us on knowing what it could be used for and what it couldn't be used for. It actually was I don't think it was a task force, but it was a committee of parents who we got together every few months and discussed, what are you using it for at your school? You got improvement. So I understand the parental engagement part of it, but I know for a fact is no way that the math and reading thing won't fall under that. With parents, helping parents understand how can I help my child with literacy and math. So I don't know of the other titles, but that specific amount, and what we do is we send money back to the federal government because we don't use it.
So I agree with you, and I think the superintendent has expressed that to her cabinet, the expectation. But I also go to Chairman Flores' comments in the beginning. I think it's important, if we're going to actually advocate for educational dollars, we have to also help the community understand the law behind some of these dollars. And so that the more they're educated around the changes that happen in legislative sessions that might affect funding, they become more informed, well-informed, to really truly advocate for the dollars that have been changing. As you know, right now, we are watching, again, a proposed $7 billion cut to the education budget for the government. That's back on the table, right? So the question is how much does our community know about that? How does it impact? Because it will impact many of the programs, especially those after-school and parental programs that you're talking about, will be impacted if that passes. So how do we get better at educating our families around the funding? Because as you can see, just as the comments from Chairman Board in the beginning, it puts us into situations where we have to make sometimes difficult decisions. While we would love to be able to provide every program that's possible in front of us that makes the experience the best, we only get the parameters that we get, and we have to work around those parameters. So I agree with you. I will take that back to the team and making sure that that becomes a priority of how do we start educating our families and stakeholders around these legislative changes and laws that impact our budget.
And we're also, we can get a report of all of the engagements that have happened school specific around, just literacy. And I don't mean like literacy for students, but literacy around what it is that we're doing, what, the close reading, guided reading. I know that specific schools have done some of those things for their respective communities. So we can start there and then continue to work together on what is that plan going to look for now that for the first year we have an office, that is funded by the foundation for, family and community engagement. And we have all of those things under one roof. And we're going to leverage the 39, school family resource positions that we have. It's one position. Everyone is going to be doing the same thing. And the idea is, Ms. Browdy, to have one plan so that everyone can get to engage with their parents around those specific things and not, 39 schools doing 39 different things. But we can start with getting you what has been done. That is going to be part of, a year-end report. So we can get that for you.
I just think we should never be sending a dollar back to the federal government when it comes to engaging parents in a district where our students are way below where we want them to be, and we are not spending every dollar to help parents help their children. And if I have to volunteer my own time to do that, I will. I desperately need parents to be able to do what we need them to do at home, but we can't expect them to do anything if we're not showing them how to do it, and we have money to show them how to do it. I'm just saying, whatever we get, we may be getting less under this current administration in Washington, D.C., but whatever we get, we should be using every dime because we're not at the levels that we should be. And I'm telling you, I volunteer myself to lead in that thing. That has always been my passion. It always will be. People always think parents are my passion, really because I need these young people to get what they need. So because I need them to get what they need, they belong to the parents. So that's why I have for years worked closely with parents, because I need the students to get this thing, and I need the parents to get what they need to be able to help them. So that's the last thing I'll say on that. But every year when we're sending a dollar back to the federal government because we're not using it helping parents help their kids, I'm going to have a problem with that.
But we're not sending money back. I don't know if in the past we have. We did not send money back.
When we get that list that shows what schools use there at the end of the year, that it is not zeros. So when it says list of all the schools that have been allocated a certain amount, because it depends on the need in the school based, it dictates how much they get. To my knowledge, at the end of the school year, there are not zeros saying they use. Some schools, we asked for a report this school year, and it was very why they didn't use any money. And it's schools that we know need to be engaging families. So maybe we're close to the end of the school year. Maybe I could get that. But in years, I do believe we've not used all of those funds. But maybe I could get a copy of where we are now.
And I think what we're talking about is not an issue about this year's budget. We're actually talking about processes within our system. So maybe we can commit to come up with a process, a system that can satisfy Ms. Brody and the rest of us who really want to know what we're doing and how this money is being spent.
So we can provide that, and I'm just kind of recalling that from the Office of Engagement, guidance went out to the SGCs around and principals around the usage of the percentage of, and a reminder to use the dollars this year. But keep in mind, at the end of the year, everything has to be, if it's not used, it is rolled up. Again, and then it has to be reallocated every year by the formula. So
right.
Because enrollment changes, data changes, and then then send that back out to the schools once again to use it. But we have to continue to encourage our families and schools to make use of those dollars to meet the needs at the local level.
In a way that is aligned with, our instructional priorities, which is, what Ms. Brody is referencing.
Yeah, Ms. McCauley.
Just on page 62, and it might be rolled up somewhere else, but I'm just not sure. I know we have a Department of Communications, but I do see an influx in the communication here on this particular office. And also for professional services instructional improvements, and equipment. So just curious, I'm not sure if it's rolled up to somewhere else or how this is allocated, but if I'm looking at maybe the Office of School Leadership, where I'm thinking it's coming from, it's a little confusing with respect to how it looks on page 62 versus how it will look everywhere else.
So my budget is different, just like other budgets, because many of the grants that the district has actually pursued and were awarded fall under the Office of the Deputy Superintendent. So when you see kind of the FTEs go from 2 to 14, it's because under the Office of Deputy Superintendent, you have the Assistant Director of Grants, you have our grants writer, we have as well other positions such as from the Bar Foundation. All of those actually fall under the Deputy Superintendent. So it's not like I have 14 people in central office. It's actually, they're everywhere, but because of the grant is under the Office of the Deputy, that's why it's reflected there. So when we talk about communications, and the reason it's increased is because those are communications that's actually been allocated for a grant. So for example, under communications, I know that $4,000 is allowed by the Bar Foundation for me to use for communications. So that's there. I know there's a certain amount of dollars in the Nellie Mae that is allowed for communication. That's reflected there. So I have to show also on the district budget where I'm going to allocate dollars for the grant as it relates to communications. When we talk about, and the other question is about,
so just honestly, for your budget, you're absolutely correct. So anywhere that there's an increase, there's a substantial increase in instructional improvements, professional services, you've addressed the communications, and wait, I'll stop right there. So for the communications, I do understand that how, for grant purposes, it needs to be reported here, but is it flowing through down to the Department of Communications, or is it just completely separate?
So it's not going to the Office of Communication because it's for what the grant allows. So a lot of it actually are schools. So for example, Buckley, SMSA, those schools who are Nellie Mae recipients, when they do their request for travel or communications, it comes to my office. Well, it actually goes to Sandra Burgos. It comes to my office, and then I approve it based on the principal's recommendation.
Okay.
When it comes to the bar, a lot of the schools that participate in part, Buckley, Hartford High, as well as some central office folks who are working on data and things like that, will submit their request to Charlene. Charlene reviews it, approves it, then it comes to my office. I review it and approve it, and then it goes to finance for payments. But it's allocated for the bar work. Now, keep in mind also the Student Success Centers, because it's a Title IV grant this year, is reflected in my budget. Okay. So those are the additional positions of the 14. So there's Ms. Cuevas and the other individuals she hired, the social worker, all are reflected in this budget. So, and I thank you for asking that question, because when I looked at my budget, I did say to Dr. Torres, where she said, and Mr. Flay, I said, where did I get all these folks? Where are they? But then, as I went through it and went back to kind of our budget, the Excel, it totally makes sense. So this is kind of the overview of what the details of the budget is, but a lot of it is actually where the grants live.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, your budget did scare me slightly. And then for Office of Labor and Talent Management, I see there's a decrease in the professional services, which that slightly concerns me, just because I know that that's an area in which, and maybe actually let me take a step back. If we can define what professional services is, I think that will help me, and then I'll be okay.
Did you mean a decrease?
There is a decrease, correct. And so just maybe the decrease is okay, but my understanding of what professional services might be slightly different than what this is here. So if we can have a definition of what professional services is, and then maybe I don't need to know why there's a decrease.
Okay, let me just align this to
Page 63.
So professional services, maybe I can give you a couple examples.
Okay.
It would really be anytime we utilize a firm to assist us or give us a skill that we don't have in-house. So as an example, in the budget process this year, we had education resource strategies help us with the initial phase of this budget. Their costs would sit in professional services. When we had, I think last year, I think we had the company 4 Point in to help us with strategy, that would sit in professional services. The Center for Children with Special Needs, as they come in and augmented some of the work with Dr. Sellers, that would sit in professional services.
Okay, so we're decreasing it, I'm assuming because we have received the training and now those within the office are capable of providing those services now?
For the Office of Talent Management?
Correct.
That is
So,
correct.
I'm assuming, it makes sense. So I'm assuming that if we're hiring out firms to provide us with professional services to help build our capacity in some form of fashion, my hope is the reason why we're decreasing is that now those skill sets are now embedded within the staff that are, okay.
And that's the way it should work going forward.
Okay.
If we have to rent some skill for a short period of time, we should be able to absorb that skill over time.
We also have our legal services that we pay for, specifically out of talent management as well. Investigations.
So under professional service, you have legal, unemployment, as well as the recruit and hire program, the EPI that we use for our employees' services, so they can call in for support. The learning plan platform that we use for assessment, the Time Force, which is now being upgraded, so what we use to, scan our fingers or card, the attendance. So that's part of it. The Safe Schools program that we all employees have to take in order to, that's part of the professional services that they have allocated for the Office of Talent Management.
So now you just confused it because those are all great things. So now I'm concerned that it is decreasing. Like, so if we're talking about security, if we're talking about, okay.
No, that's what's in this number.
But it's decreased.
Yes. So some of our projections, specifically with regard to legal, we're projecting less in terms of legal costs. But then I also want to clarify that the Safe Schools is a web-based training that every staff members has to take to be in compliance with state regulations around reporting abuse, neglect.
And projecting that there's also a decrease on unemployment hearings. So that's part of the factor of that number.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. I'm sorry. I have your question about the 300 for outreach. So I have Chet Blackbird.
Who has an injury on her foot?
Yes. So in regards to page 83 and the $368,494, the school district, and we received those dollars for our extended school hours grant, and those come in as individual contracts that go out to lead agencies, CBO partners. So that's what that miscellaneous services amount, that's what it equates to, are the number of contracts. So in years past, those dollars sat in sundries, but now that an office has been established, it now sits in our office.
Thank you. And then miscellaneous supplies and other operating expenses.
All right. I'm going to go back to my computer to look up the project number for that.
No problem. Thank you. I know I'm asking a question. I probably could have sent it in. It just kind of, I saw it today. So I do apologize for giving you questions that are putting you on the spot a little bit. But it's just really this, obviously this is a new office, so there are a lot of things that we won't know and they probably sat somewhere else. But just for purposes of clarity, when we are presenting this and people are looking at this, and it's a high amount, I want to make sure that when we're saying miscellaneous services or things that do not have a tangible name to it, that people are not thinking we're hiding money. So I'm really asking these questions not to choke anyone up or make anyone feel like you don't have the answers. I'm really doing it for clarity and transparency purposes for our families.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Oliver.
So going back to professional services, where would the professional development dollars be? Is that an instructional improvements?
So that is actually, bulk of it lives under the Office of Academics, as well as some in Dr. Sellers. So we do have this year we were very intentional in making sure that we actually create a professional learning calendar where all departments actually are putting their professional learning topics, costs on one template, and where the majority of the funds come from. So they live throughout many of the budgets. The bulk of them actually live in the Office of the Academics, as well as the Office of Student Support Services. So if you look under the Department of Professional Development, on professional learning on page 69, you can see there an amount, which is also where some of the coaches live as well.
So one of the questions I had, and I appreciate the work that you guys did behind the scenes, and some of the questions we were able to get in early, was around restorative practices, some of the feedback that we received, some of the concerns that were put out there in terms of fully understanding what restorative and healing-centered work is. And I think you're answering some of this, but I guess my question, and I took away from the answer, and feel free to clarify, that you're like, well, yes, it's built in, working with Joe Bremer a lot, et cetera, and some of the feedback we received was, well, I got the impression, based on what people were stating, that they felt as if not everybody in the building still had that knowledge, knowing that it's a phased-in process and that it's a team-based process, right? So as a board member, I was looking at was, well, how do we help to up that in our role as board members? And so it's one of the reasons I was asking that question, because when I go to page 73, Department of Climate and Culture, it looks like a thin budget, right, compared to some other things, and obviously things are not apples to apples here. So I appreciate the pre-response. Maybe it'd be helpful in this setting to kind of just speak a little bit to that and how that then will flow so that everyone in our buildings will actually understand and understand their role. That would be very helpful.
So that is a great question, and I apologize if I misspoke, but I did not want to say that that we actually are training everyone. Currently, right now, what we know is that we are not touching as many people as we would want to. So with that said, in conversations with the chief of schools and Dr. Torres Rodriguez, we were looking at reorgs. So if you want to see the new reorg charts, they're online. So you can see that. And the reason we did that, one of the things that we did was actually, we do know we have 2 assistant directors of student behavior and engagement and so forth. And in conversation with Dr. Sellers and Ms. Avila and her team, and we saw that the most appropriate place for them to live and to be able to have greater impact in a sense of working with leadership and the principals and teachers was under the Office of Leadership, under the Chief of Schools working. So we are moving the assistant directors under the Chief of Schools to work with the executive directors of leadership, who will oversee the 15 student engagement specialists. We will be investing dollars to train the assistant directors to be, quote unquote, the master trainers on restorative practices, who then will train the 15 student engagement specialists, and then they will go out to start training schools, which means we will have a greater impact and a quicker turnaround to actually touch as many more teachers and staff than hiring a contract for every school, which is kind of piecemealing it. So that is our approach with this budget, is doing that. So part of this budget with the support of with the permission and the support of the superintendent, we had to reorganize offices and kind of really shift the way of work to be intentional with our way of work, and making sure that we have a greater impact on our schools and demonstrate support, right? Because there's also this mentality that central office is the ivory tower, which is not true, right? A lot of people are in schools providing support. Yes, they're probably budgetary aligned to an office, but those coaches, those EV coaches, are all in schools, right? These student engagement specialists will be all in schools. The majority of the time will be in schools, and so forth. But we need a through line and making sure that everyone is understanding the way of work.
Ms. Oliver, I know you were only referencing restorative approaches and practices, but I also want to mention that in addition to that, there is work that's going to happen around all of the other elements that we want to address, right? The trauma-informed practices, our partnership, and our contract with some of our other agencies will still remain, right? We do work with the village. They do very specific work with a handful of our schools, training our staff in the classrooms. So those will still continue, and that's also part of support services budget.
Can I ask, okay, so is there one place that we could see, as far as like the DME budget implications, like how, is it just throughout, or is it somewhere that we could look to see with us implementing those priorities that the superintendent has, and also the school savings, because we said that we would have school savings based on all these relocations. We had adult ed here, not, some people not in support of that move, but part of us saying we were moving and relocating some schools, it was going to have an impact on the budget. So those two things.
So I do want to respond to the savings, and just want to highlight that the projected savings were after year 3 of implementation of the DME and all of the shifts that we would earmark that savings. And so we have to make sure that we maintain the integrity of all of the shifts that we said we were going to do, and after the 3rd year, begin to see those savings.
So I would like to add to that, Dr. Torres Rodriguez. So the first part of my answer is actually, this slide actually aligns to the DME priorities, right? You have operational effectiveness and what kind of aligns it. Now, when we talk about savings, I still remember when I came to the district about a year and a half, that the conversation is that the board will see actually the savings invested back into the schools, right, as they were happening, if we recall. Here is evidence of how the savings and the investments are actually being reallocated and put back into the schools as we are continuing kind of with the consolidations and moves that are happening. Here's a great example and evidence of how the board and the superintendent is actually looking at the DME and its alignment and reinvesting back into schools for students. The whole middle school athletics elementary budget, while we were trying to achieve 1.5, we were able at least to do 700,000. That's something that will impact many lives. And to Mr. Hernandez's point about you would like to see that grow, well, in conversation with Ms. Porter, we are actually now applying for a grant that would allow for $300 to also support that program. So if that program goes, if we How much?
300,000.
300,000. What did I say?
300. You just missed a couple zeros,
300,000.
but.
You said pennies is what you said.
$300,000.
There you go.
That will go to support the athletics program, which will allow for things that was proposed in the 1.5 and so forth. So we are looking for other opportunities to support the initiatives.
We have, I think, 4 or 5 other items on the agenda. I think we should consider our questions, and if they don't have an impact on the overall, the size of the budget, maybe we could submit them in writing if we're talking about questions, allocations within departments and so forth, in the interest of time. If you have a problem with the overall number of budget, then I think certainly we need to entertain that. But I do think we need to move along.
I agree. However, with submitting questions in the approval of the budget today, I think that it will be helpful for us. I agree, if it's not germane to the budget and the concerns of the budget, then maybe we hold our questions. However, questions that are germane to the budget, I do feel that we do need to discuss, because submitting budget questions written and we're approving the budget today will not help us going forward. So things of like how things should be looked at going forward, I absolutely agree. But if we have questions concerning the actual budget, then I feel that we should continue to have that conversation.
But the superintendent and the director of finance always have the option of reallocating dollars during the year.
Absolutely, absolutely. But just for purposes of, I'll leave it at that.
I do want to add that as a board member, we are presented with a lot of things. We have to, it's difficult to follow that, right? Because when we're out in the community, when we at Family Dollar, when we at all these places, the community is coming to us. I need to be able to explain these things. I'm not just asking things just to ask them. I'm asking them so I can be confident and I can help the community be confident. I'm voted to be up here. I'm not voted to be up here just to go along. I'm voted, I have a responsibility to my community to represent them and to be able to sit here with my colleagues and learn, but I have to be able to give this information out and be able to explain it. So that is always the purpose of why I'm trying to understand it thoroughly so I can be able to explain it. But one thing that I think would be helpful, at least to me, is if we're saying we adopted a DME, this is what it is going to do. It's going to cost this, because there's some things that because of the DME that things are being taken away from other places. Like if we're saying the DME, some of the priorities is the absenteeism and the ELL. If we're investing in that, we're not investing, something had to be taken away for us to make that the priority. So just understanding that, and then if what we were presented on being able to say, remember we said this was the saving. This was the saving, and then this is where it went. Like just having that general understanding and being able to speak that back out to the community is what everyone cries and begs for, is transparency. So that's what I know myself. I know Mrs. Clark. Like the better, because we're always given presentations. This changed, this changed, this changed. But from the original plan that we voted on, what we said would happen, that's what we're trying to just always be clear about, because we understand there's moving parts. We're going to go from A, B, C. It's a process. It's a plan that rolls out over many years, different phases. But in each part of that, we're still trying to understand how that relates to the original plan, because the community, everyone was paying attention to that main, when it was the rollout, that's what their focus was on. The in-between, they're not that much engaged as they were on that big thing because it involved closing schools and that sort of thing. So when I'm asking questions, it's just to that part, that rollout was in their minds, and I'm always trying to connect it to that. So that's the kind of base of, so I can explain, this is what was promised, we're going to this, but bringing them back to that original plan and what we promised them would happen. And I don't think my questions are going to get answered on tonight.
I can put on my hat from my former life as a finance professional. I think that there's several pieces that are missing from our budget presentation. I know that this is an extraordinarily complex process in that we are working on the budget until the very last minute. But I think what we need to see as part of the budget, we need to see a narrative that explains the major variances. We need to see an org chart that tells us how departments roll up so that when we see things in areas that don't make sense to us, we have the answers and we don't have to have it out in public. And we need a glossary that explains to us what these line items mean. And I don't think we're going to get to all those things in one evening, but I do think those things are necessary. And I'm not trying to intrude on your job, Mr. Flay. I know the difficulty, but I do think those are things that we have to work on. And I don't think we're going to resolve them this evening.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to just, to back up the chair, our chair. I'm the one that gave him the "it's time to wrap this up" sign, so it wasn't that he was trying to shut you guys up. It was just me letting him, reminding him about the rest of the board, the rest of the agenda items. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Department of Communications, this is pertaining to the budget. Just curious, for purposes of, I know there's communication in each line item, and so I'm not sure if it's pushed out, our communication as a whole, or is it just in the Department of Communications? Because their budget is fairly low, and I would think that it will be a lot higher considering the amount of schools, the recruitment, everything of that. So theirs is pretty low, and it might be just pushed out to all of the other parts, but just clarity on that part.
It's just a small department, so that's why in our recommended budget, we had the increase of one additional resource, because I do think it's, I don't know what the exact number is, 2.5 people, something like that. So
4.5?
It's just a small organization.
Yeah. Okay. So it's being pushed out to everywhere else, meaning advertising, all of that, is that being pushed out into the other departments? Because I do see like an increase in the Office of Academics and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily pushed out. Some organizations in some schools, like some of the magnet schools, do have advertising dollars. But just in that communications slide that you see, that's just their organization. So there's nothing happening in communications there that gets pushed or allocated to another department. So if a school has advertising, that's because they wanted to spend some advertising dollars. If academics has some advertising, it's because they're doing some stuff as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it the same though? So the communication department is totally different from the communication line item within the schools.
That is correct.
So because that was another line item that I saw that was significantly lower, and I questioned it because it's significantly lower in schools that we know struggle with their chef numbers and the compliance. So I'm assuming the communication, I'm just assuming that was used. I don't know what communications would be at a school. So would advertising fall under the communication line item?
So the school has a communication line items, and then the Department of Communications has line items, but also the school choice office has a lot of communications and advertising. So if you look at page 82 of the Rusco office, their advertising is $162,000 because they do the advertising for many of the schools as part of their program. So you'll see their number higher than even the communications department.
And certainly higher than our Department of School Choice, which also has $12,000, $12,500 under communications.
And I know months ago in the school choice and facilities committee meeting, it was a discussion about a grant from the state for that specifically. So would that belong here on page 82, not in the school?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. It would be there.
So we would work with, so the communications, the regional school choice office would work with those schools for that advertisement.
Correct.
In the population that they're trying to attract.
That is correct.
Okay.
Again, apologize if you guys already stated this. We heard earlier about librarians and things like that. So as it relates to the budget, my question is, as we look to certain schools, we see, like, the one was pointed out on page 44 by one of our speakers was Classical Magnet, no longer has a librarian, etc. Is that because we're leveraging other relationships? Again, you don't have to go in detail for the budget. So, for example, whether it's Hartford Public Library, many times we now have media centers, etc. Therefore, again, partial library. I don't know. So, if that would be helpful to understand, because definitely across a couple of different schools, I am seeing that change, and I'm just wondering if we're just able to provide a similar service to our young people and families, but just happens to be sourced in a different way.
Great question. Just you tag team here with the mic. Great question. There are certain schools that last year did not have a librarian, and this year they do have. So, for example, Milner did not have a librarian last year and requested one for this year. It is one of the positions that the principal has
flexibility,
the discretion to make the decision if they need that individual or not. However, to your question, in our allocation here, the partnerships that we are starting to create, like the Boundless at Rawson, which has a librarian, but it's funded through the Hartford Public Libraries. It has a librarian, but it's not on our list because the employer on record is the Hartford Public Library. And we are in conversations currently right now to actually expand that with one of the 4 community schools that will go online next year. So we will add also a program or possible librarian to that school.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. Thank you for that response. So one of the things you mentioned in your response, though, was about the flexibility of principals. Mm-hmm. I did have a question regarding the business teachers. Okay, it's under resources. I thought they were teachers and staff, but I don't know. It says business. Is that one of the positions that a principal has flexibility with?
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay, and also, and again, I apologize if this was already stated, the SGCs went through this process with their principals at the school level.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Mr. Chair. But on the school level, when the SGCs are meeting with the principals, do they go into a deep dive about these positions, actually what they're cutting for? So, for example, with SMSA and the entrepreneurial program, did they really truly underline that this is a popular program that students are responsive to, but we're going to make this cut? And they went through that with the SGCs?
So the expectation is that they do have those conversations. So there is a budget template that was created in collaboration with the Office of Finance and ERS that really drives conversations of making decisions when it comes to those positions, whether it is driven by enrollment, whether it's driven by program attendance. So when you're talking about students with participation rates, but also the staffing formulas that you saw, right? It was the expectation and the directive that principals have those deep conversations with the SGC. In fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Burkhardt, but this year, the SGCs were asked to sign twice the budget. Once the draft budget, and a second time, the final budget that was going to be recommended to the superintendent for approval to bring it to the board.
Can I add to Mr. Stallings? And for SMSA specifically, they basically have almost the same amount of students, and they have less teachers, and it just doesn't make sense to me. As far as the certified teachers, they're losing 4, and the non-certified stays the same. Their student population has not really changed. It's projected to be 662. This year it was 679. And I don't understand that. Like and then you'll see some other schools that have less students and the same money. Like, so is that one of those things that the ELL and the attendance issue, is that like how we're gonna see it? When we're saying you don't have those, you might not have those issues, but you're getting less money. And a school who does have those issues may even have less students with you, but they get more money and you get less money. So when it's, maybe this is how it shows to us, because your student population isn't changing enough for you to have 4 less teachers. So I just, when going through this book, it just was frustrating because I can't make sense of that sort of thing when there's not really a change in the population. I could see if they were projecting, like say if they had like quite a few special needs students and those students were seniors and they were going to graduate, then maybe a teacher, you could make the connection why that would be a difference. But when you just look at the data, the less funding doesn't make sense, and sometimes more funding you kind of don't understand. So hopefully that's something that we could get more into. I know we won't get that explanation tonight, but SMSA is a perfect example of why are you operating with 4 less teachers when it's a little over, you're projecting 10 or a little more than 10 less students.
So you are right, Ms. Brody. It does show up based on the starter budget and then the added priorities, right? The supplement for the, for example, supplemental funding for middle school. So if we look up at a middle school, it might show up differently because they're getting the additional $370 per student when actually SMSA is $612. So it would show up. It could show up there as well. I'm trying to think of I don't know that there's another way to call out specifically, you know, how it lives in each school, and unless I'm trying to think of it, David, like going back to like that Excel budget that the schools populate, and maybe that's like a simulation that way, to take a school and go through the entire thing as to how SMSA's budget came alive, from how they start.
We just pulled one of those up just to look ourselves.
I think it's business. So they're not having a business teacher, and I'm assuming that was the entrepreneur program. And there's an English, 1 less English teacher, no library and media, half social worker and less science teacher, but your population is not, so you don't need that English teacher, you don't need that science teacher, just those type of things.
And also bearing in mind that, when they look at their master schedule, they are within the, the class size mandates as well. And so in some of the schools, we were very intentional in making sure that they stood within those. And so it might mean that, they had a lower class size, and then the removal of a teacher will increase their class size for example, in the English department. But student schedules and student needs are still being met.
And I would get that. That would make sense to me if this population of students wasn't like just almost the same. So maybe senior class, maybe you didn't need that senior whatever teacher. I'm just trying to make sense of this because
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of any scenario.
So when they do the budget, keep in mind that salaries and benefits is one portion of their school budget. They also have the other portion, Ms. Brody, of the financials of what the school is responsible to pay, whether it's organization dues for athletics or transportations and things of that sort. So you can also see the changes in those numbers. So for example, in organization dues, they went from 7,800 up to 39,000. So they have to the school has to make it work by looking at the entire picture. So the template that was provided for them actually has a running bottom line number that actually goes up or down based on the changes that they put in and based on the funds that they need in order to make the operation work. And keep in mind, 17 students at a magnet school going down is a significant number. When you when you look at the per pupil, it's a whole entire class. So that's a significant number that actually does impact the budget when that enrollment goes down by that amount.
I'm actually looking at, Dave, one of the documents that you sent all of us, the per pupil, and I'm looking at SMSA. So it's $9,800 per pupil, right? So you think about the difference there, 9,800, and I mean that's a change, right? In terms of the decrease from 662 to 679. I'm trying to do the math.
156,000
less that they would receive.
So, all those in favor of approving the budget? Oh, yes. Do we have a motion to approve the budget? Mr. Stallings, do you have a motion? I'm sorry. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the budget signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The 2019-2020 budget is approved. Item 4.6, contract extension approval with Anthem Blue Cross.
So for the next two, we have our partners from Siegel and Anthem here as well, if you have any questions.
Next time we'll tell you to get here at like 9 o'clock.
I apologize.
I told them an hour and a half.
I
hour.
apologize.
No.
I'm sorry, I don't.
I just owe them dinner.
There you go. Actually, you get something out of this. I like it. I'll be there too.
So, Madam Superintendent?
Yes. you have there the executive summary. They have been the executive summary. Anthem has been the administrator for the health plan for about 20 years. The plan administrative services was placed out for RFP twice in 6 years, 2012 and 2016. And so we ask that they come forward and be available to answer any questions. If there are any questions.
Any questions?
I feel like we need to ask them questions.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez?
No, not me.
You don't need to.
All right, I'll have a question. Just really quickly in terms of performance guarantees, what do we have in place in working on care management? Because I believe some of our claim experience is a bit high. So are we doing anything special to help to mitigate that? Is it through care management? That type of thing. It would be helpful just to know if we're doing any, and you could answer very briefly, but just in terms of anything to help us bring down and address some of that claim experience, that'd be great. Thank you.
1 second. One had to ask one question.
One of mostly.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Catherine Klarman. I'm the account manager from Anthem, and this is my coworker Elizabeth Tobin. And you are absolutely right that there is a lot of concentration being made in the healthcare industry now about the escalating claim costs, and in particular people with chronic care conditions. And we are working extensively with the public schools and also trying to integrate the local healthcare community in working with the employees. So specifically, we have an organization that is going to be doing outreach to some chronic care homebound patients. And we also have a very extensive wellness program under development for the public schools in conjunction with St. Francis and Trinity, but also extending beyond that to other healthcare professionals in Hartford area. Anthem itself has really focused a lot of attention in our provider contracts with primary care doctors. And we're working with the public schools to try and engage members in having a primary care doctor because we recognize the importance of primary care as the portal into using preventive care services and also keeping abreast of chronic circumstances. And we've had a lot of receptivity from the Board of Ed offices in trying to work with the employees. We've been meeting with the teachers over the past 2 months because they're transitioning from one healthcare program to another. And we've had about 20 meetings in the schools with the individual teachers groups. And even though those meetings are to help educate them about the new program they're going into, we're also using them to get to know the teachers and keep them, kind of get them interested in their own healthcare.
Thank you for that. My second question, just really quick, was because if I remember this correctly, some of our folks are going to HSAs and high deductible health plans,
exactly
et cetera.
what the teachers are doing.
So, and I know there's a lot of angst around that, and I think you kind of answered my question a little bit with those 20 meetings. So
Yeah.
it seems like you guys are working. I mean, I
Yes.
should ask you the question.
And honestly, they've been very well attended, those meetings, and the people have had very good questions. So I think the meetings have been well worth our time and getting to know some of the actual employees. And we have plans to come back in the fall once the plan is up and running, starting July 1st, to come back and kind of answer some follow-up questions for them as well. So we're really looking forward to working more personally with the school system, as well as the other unions that are coming up for negotiation that may adopt the high deductible health plan also.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Clark?
Just one quick one as well. Are we providing with this preventative services as well?
Yes, all of our plans cover preventive care according to healthcare reform. On the high deductible health plan, it's actually covered 100% without a deductible or any copay. So that's part of the messaging with the high deductible health plan, is to really encourage people to get their preventive care. And the school system has been talking to new hires as they're going along, and also I believe the hospital system has established a concierge line for some of the employees to try and get them to get a primary care doctor and engage in wellness services. Yeah.
So is there a motion to approve contract extensions with Hampton Blue Cross?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. It is approved. Thank you. Contract approval, Lincoln Financial, Madam Superintendent.
Yes, life insurance is a benefit offered by most employers, and HPS offers this benefit to ours. Each of our 12 bargaining groups has a contracted benefit for life insurance based on their annual salary, and there is no employee contribution for this benefit. So we've spent approximately $775,000 annually for the past 2 years, and Lincoln's proposed rate would give us a 14% savings, approximately $225,000 over 3 years. I will turn it over to Mr. Flagg, and if you have any questions to representatives.
Is there any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Oh, sorry, I had a question. I'm sorry. Just really quick. Same exact policy coverage in terms of the life insurance from comparison for the 14%. Thank you. That's it. Sorry.
That was a great question. Thank you. Motion to approve the agenda item, Mr. Chair.
Is there a
second?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion approved. Contract approval for autumn transportation. Madam Superintendent.
Yes. So the transportation contract went through the RFP process, and autumn was chosen for this 3-year contract. We, as we got the presentations throughout our various committees, there are several highlights. Expense savings throughout the 3 years, upgraded communications between transportation and the bus company, upgraded technology that we're going to be seeing, which will improve communication with our parents and our families, daily on-time reports and bus logs. The RFP committee voted unanimously in favor of this vendor here.
Okay, and I know there's a lot of complex pieces to this transportation contract, and Dr. Vasquez-Matos has offered to come back at another meeting to give us detailed demonstrations and information about what our new system can do. So keep that in mind. Are there questions?
Is Autumn here? A representative?
Our transportation
yes, they
manager
are.
is here.
You're from Autumn Transportation?
No, I'm a transportation manager, but Sal Morato is also here.
Oh, back. Can you come forward, please? And you can both introduce yourself for the record.
Salvatore Murata, president of Autumn Transportation. Bill Mason, transportation manager.
Did we have Autumn years ago? Like many years ago?
Did we?
Autumn, yes, and we were the spec contractor from one of the contractors from 2006 through 2014. We did the special ed, we did some in-city transportation, and also magnet school transportation.
Okay.
Any questions, Ms. Oliver?
So we might be able to go through this when we have our in-depth conversation, but this may be an opportunity for to hire new employees, and I would just be interested to know how what your plans are with that. Some of our young people are very attached to their current staff that are monitors and drivers and things of that. Not that I'm putting that responsibility, of course, on you, but I think it'll be really interesting to know if you plan on hiring people from the community, things of that nature. Again, we can wait on that and maybe have that in our deeper dive discussion, but I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about that.
Sure, we could talk about it a little bit right now, though, quickly. So what they'll do, they'll go out and they'll put out job fairs and host different job fairs throughout the summer and starting soon. They already started to advertise for people, but people that would leave the other bus company will also come through over to the new bus company. So they're not gonna lose their jobs per se, where they'll have an opportunity to still apply for a job at Autumn. And some of them will still remain with the specialty transportation, which has other, towns around here, West Hartford, some New Britain, Avon, Guilford. So they're doing things in other towns. So pretty much everybody knows everybody in this business, and people go where the work is. So now the work is going to move over to Autumn. So many of the people will apply at Autumn, and then other people from the community and surrounding areas will be able to as well.
I do have one question, because I remember years ago there were and I'm not saying it was under Autumn, I don't know who the carrier was at the time, but there was a issue around the living wage, the city ordinance. Our bus companies, do they have to abide by that city ordinance for, I guess it was for the Hartford employees to have that living wage?
Yes, our contracts call that the employees have to be paid living wage.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve the contract?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Oh, the contract is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Workforce Systems Group.
Yes.
Madam Superintendent.
So this is our current time and attendance system, and it will no longer be supported as a host solution as of the end of the year. So we have to transition to Timeforce from the hosted, our servers to the cloud-based server. So that's the change.
Hi, I'm Guillermo Garcia. I work for the Office of Talent Management, Labor, and Legal Services. I am the Systems and Data Manager. So several years ago, we finally got this system in 2013 after never having had an attendance or accrual system. We never had it. We had been cited repeatedly, and we finally have a system that works. It has been working well for us and has also given employees direct access to all of their information. It's no longer supported as a hosted solution across the street, and so we have to move over to their software service, the cloud solution, and we really don't have much of an option at this point.
Questions? Ms. Oliver?
Full transparency, I'm a City of Hartford employee, department head. So we are moving to ExecuTime under Tyler. So the school system is staying with Timeforce. Is that basically the issue, that the city has moved to a different system and the school system is in another system?
Not all of the city. The police department is staying with Kronos.
Okay.
ExecuTime is, we tried Munis, and I was in many meetings with the city.
Okay.
It's a fairly new system that Tyler bought. It's still not proven, and our complexity with 12 bargaining groups and 18 employee groups is a level of complexity the city does not have. We have hundreds of accrual policies. We tried Munis before this. It just couldn't handle it.
Okay. Okay with that, but here's my question to you. We're about to look at a contract that's $88,000, and know that usually in finance we would have talked through some of these details, so I acknowledge that. And meeting in finance committee. So my question here is this an additional cost now because the school system is not going with executive time because of, you have your reasoning, I'm not questioning your reasoning, but I'm saying, is this therefore an additional cost now, this $88,000, or would this have been something that we would have seen anyway through a different bill somewhere along the line with Time Force?
It's addition. We would have spent about $40,000 in the
Okay.
hosted solution. So the additional cost is now it handles updates, server maintenance. They'll handle all of that now. So we also expect our uptime to increase. Another consideration to take into account is we have spent over $100,000 on the devices. Executive time cannot use them. So we would have to, after 5 years, get rid of over $100,000 worth of devices. The city is not going to use devices. They're going to allow people to sign in with a clock, with their phone.
Yeah, we're gonna have clocks and that. So I know I get that. I don't wanna have the conversation
Oh, no,
about
those are
your
good
choice.
questions.
That's
Those are good questions.
fine. I just wanna make sure I understand. So basically, this is an increase that was not expected of about $40,000 as a result of, and I get what you guys are saying, is that the city has made a decision to go a certain way, therefore they're no longer hosting this. So in order to continue the service you have now, it has to go to the cloud, basically.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Dr. Vasquez, is this covered by the budget we just approved?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I do have a question. So we had our leadership meeting, and this was not presented as an item. I'm assuming this came up after our leadership meeting from the email that we got from Christina. Is it that we can't wait and it needs to be approved now because of the transition happening, and it can't wait to the next finance committee meeting, for example, and leadership meeting, right? If the answer is yes, then I'm cool, right? I'm fine, but I just want to make sure that that's out there.
So there is an expiration date for the transfer and kind of that the old system will just go away. So that's June 30th. So with the prep that needs to happen, the transition of data that needs to happen, and all of the tech stuff that needs to happen for the transition, if we move it to the June meeting, we might not have that time before the clock expires on the software or the old software. So it's just a timing.
And we really are aware of capital prep starting early July. So that's what I had in mind when I needed to start July 1st. Because it's not only going to be a matter of transitioning it, but it's also going to be a matter of testing our infrastructure with the clocks.
And the budget cycle.
Right.
Kicks in July.
Thank you.
I just have one question. This, it says through next June. So what does the bill look like next? Is this like a yearly thing, or what is this getting? Because when you said cloud, you kind of lost.
So the first year it's 88 and it has about 6,000 that is a transition cost. Every year after that it will be 82,000.
So it's still way more expensive than what Ms. Oliver is referencing. Because earlier I heard 40. So what was discussed when you said 40?
It's an additional $40,000 for this new system. So it was previously we paid $40,000. This would be an additional $40,000 for the upgraded system. However, part of that upgrade is that it will be housed by a third party, not MHIS. It would be, all the troubleshoot would come out of that company, not MHIS, and so forth. So that is part of the service package for the upgraded software.
So is it a possibility that because we were referencing Tyler Munis being new, that they will be able to accommodate in a year? So we're not paying $82,000 because it's because we're not going that route because they can't accommodate.
There's a reason, and there is and I will gladly provide all the details. But there's a reason also why the police department is staying with Kronos. It's a certain level of complexity that they have. We went through an extensive RFP in 2012 with the city. I do have to say that the city never implemented Time Force the way we did, and it really we really do have a very, even within contracts, we have many different types of accruals based on seniority date, and Munis has never been able to handle that.
And we don't have hopes that it ever will. We don't think
it may, and if the day did come, we would have to spend another $100,000 on devices to sign in. I don't think we will ever. I don't think it would ever be a good idea for teachers to use an iPhone to sign in, and it would allow them to basically sign in outside because it looks at a certain GPS coordinate. I mean, this was a system that was designed with many years of planning.
And there's 109 devices throughout the district that will have to be changed or removed.
I just have a quick question. With respect to the change, and we're talking about now it's being held, it will be held by a third party, correct? And it's because of is it the capacity of MIHS, or is it?
Oh no, it's actually going to be housed by the company that produces it. So they are now their product. They in fact they gave us a 1-year extension. Because I told them last year that we were not in a position to go last year. So their new product, all of their development is no longer has not been supported on a hosted solution. They found that it wasn't, they weren't able to secure a certain uptime and consistency, and so they've moved it to, like many other platforms, they've moved it to the software as service.
Okay, so I guess the reason why I'm asking that question is it the fact that we can't do it internally, or is it that we need? I'm asking the same question. Can we do it internally, or are we choosing to just do it third party?
No, we can't do it. It's the company itself. So it's not a third party. It's the company itself is hosting it.
And just to clarify, MHIS was internally, right? Because
exactly.
That is our right.
Exactly.
So, and since MHIS is moving to a different provider that we are not moving to as well, that is why we're doing that. That is why this is the recommendation in front of us.
Well, not all of MHIS. Half of MHIS would be our employees, so they would stay with.
Got it. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's where I'm going with, because if we're now, and maybe it's not that way, but if we're now transitioning to a system where it's a third party, and well, I'm using the term third party, but if it's a system where we're utilizing and they're keeping all of our information, but prior to that, everything was done internally, are we now decreasing in staff? Like, where's the shift? Because we did house it internally.
So it's basically a difference of medium.
Okay.
Nothing else is gonna change. We're still gonna have the same rights to our information. It really is just a medium. Instead of having servers here, which also is a cost for us because we still have to make sure that the servers are kept up every few years, and I think that there have been concerns about that over the years, and I think that this is one of those where it aligns with the company now feeling like it can better serve their customers by hosting the software itself.
Yes, Ms. Oliver.
Based on the previous statement, just point of clarification, the reason they're punching in is because of compliance with union contracts?
No, it's
Okay.
so that we know, so basically before 2013, if you came to me on a Tuesday and said who's in, no one would know. Meaning for all of our history, until 2013, there was no way to know who was in on any given day unless you went to a school or called them.
Okay, I thought I heard you say we were cited.
When we were cited for many years for not being able to, two things, track who was in. So we were basically assuming everyone was in and paying them as if they were in.
Not recently, though.
No, not at all. And then in the second citation was that employees did not have direct access to their information. And so this, when we did the RFP, the product had to meet those two, and it does.
Just to really go back really quick, citation, when you said we don't know people are in, are you talking about like SDE then? So in other words, what I'm trying to get to is like you're saying, hey, when people, we don't know if folks are in, we usually have ratios that we're required to do by State Department of Education. So one of the ways you possibly could have some documentation about how many adults were in a room versus children.
Oh.
That's what I'm just, that's all I was asking.
No, it was more just, I think, and the way it pays for itself is that, again, this is not recent. This is going back 15, 20 years. If we for many, and it was a liability, we basically only knew who was in on Fridays because of the way payroll was done. Any other day, we didn't know. And so the return on investment, just alone on paying people for the days they actually work and them not then accruing properly so that when they retire, they get paid the right amount of days, which in the past we had no way of tracking that. So someone at the school could be out, still get paid because we didn't know whether they were in or not, and then accrue that day. And over years, that was something that primarily the finance department was cited on. This used to be part of the finance department, and then it came over to OTM, and at the same time that I got involved.
Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification, because you're saying we is a total school system, so when you're saying we don't know, we as in central office is we? Doesn't know who's at work. Like you can't.
We do now.
So no, we do now. But this was something that would happen at schools where if a teacher didn't sign in on time, and they have a who's in report in the morning, and they know if there are any empty classrooms. I mean, this has been happening for years since we implemented this, but before this, we had no time system.
So like average teacher attendance,
all of that.
That was never counted.
Oh, I remember the day it came into effect. I was there when but they was like, you gotta punch that thing. Like it was a whole thing going on in that office that morning.
Yes.
So it was a few years around that year that you said. So I clearly remember when you went from signing in to clocking that thing. But my last question on it. So do you now have all staff? Because as a substitute teacher, I never had access to clock in anywhere. I still signed in. So you really still might not know who's in the building, just based on the electronic device.
So this drives whoever accrues time. So if you accrue time, you sign in. Substitutes do not accrue time. The majority of our subs don't even work 80 days. And so it's, in order to sign in, you have to put in a schedule, and part-time employees and per diem, by definition, don't have a set schedule for the most part, and so it's difficult to do that. We do have a method, though, that works for substitutes in particular, because when they call in through SmartFind Express, which is connected to TimeForce, that's our substitute management system. it does communicate with Time Force, and the principal and the timekeeper at the school know who is there. And then when they put the time in, they get paid in units. So we do have we have a redundant system of making sure we track all of our employees. And that they
But
get-
you
and
won't
that they
know
get
it,
paid the right amount.
you won't know it the way, prior to using this device, those stats, so it would be like the substitute security guards, the substitute is all those people that that don't accrue time. So they still get reported the old way prior to this signing in on the device. So you have employees that you can track because you can see they're logged in, and then you still have employees that are signing in.
So the salaried employees,
Mhm.
so our employees that are rostered, about the 3,200, those are the ones that have a set schedule, that accrue time. Those, they sign in. I mean, these are similar issues with even creating email accounts that MHIS has, because part-time employees and per diem, sometimes they work for 2 weeks, sometimes they work for 3 months. The proper procedure for those employees is whoever their supervisor is or who's hiring them. They're the ones who keep track of the time worked. However, that is a good point to discuss. I mean, it would be simple enough to do that. It just wouldn't inform pay or accruals, since these employees don't accrue.
Any further questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries and the contract is approved.
Thank you.
And we move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to take up the consent agenda as a whole?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor of taking up the consent agenda as a whole signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We'll be taking up the consent agenda as a whole. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
You, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The consent agenda is approved. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.